Dope addicts are here.
Because
Yesterday,
Frank stepped out.
I knew he was up to something. I could tell. He knew, and he didn't want to say anything when he left.
He was acting shifty?
Yes.
Christine McVie, singer, songwriter, keyboard player for Fleetwood Mac. It says here she became the biggest hit maker for Fleetwood Mac. The songs that she wrote for the band are the most popular. They're among their most popular. Most of them are their most popular songs. And that song, Tell Me Lies.
We picked that one.
No. You make love and fun.
Oh, You Make Love and Fun.
This one's Little Lies. This is the one. But we picked that one for the opening number.
Because it's funny.
Because there's a story.
So she had an affair with the band's lighting director, whose name was Curry Grant, which sounds very British.
Curry.
But this says, quote, to avoid flare-ups, she told her then-husband and fellow band member John McVie that the song was about their dog. Oh, no, it's like the dog makes...
But the tweet I saw was it was brilliant about it. It says, what a boss she was that she wrote this song about an affair she had and then forced her husband to go out and perform the song every night on stage for how long?
Well, but
Decades?
But he didn't know. He just thought it was about a dog.
It was about the dog,
Yeah,
So he was fine.
I love that dog, too.
I get it. I feel the same way about the dog.
Yeah. So Tell Me Lies, that's the one I was...
That's this one.
Yeah. Apparently Hilary Duff did a remake of it,
Oh, yeah?
which was quite popular but very controversial, it says. That a lot of people thought she just ruined it by the way she changed it.
I read what Stevie Nicks had to say about it yesterday.
Yeah.
It was sad. She's like my very best friend in the whole world since the 70s. And she said, I didn't even know she was sick until just a couple of days ago. And I said, I'm going to fly out to London. And the family said, no, wait, don't come. And
Don't bother, it's too late.
It apparently happened pretty quickly.
Christine Ann... her name... What? Her name was Christine Ann Perfect.
Yeah.
her
real name.
maiden name.
Yeah, I guess.
Why wouldn't you keep that?
She was, perfect, Ms. Perfect. Her mother was Beatrice Perfect, a psychic.
Beatrice Perfect sounds like a made-up character.
Sounds like a Peppa Pig character.
Well, it sounds like a character who's a psychic in some kid's book.
Who's this one about Christine?
She wrote The Chain.
Oh, yeah.
She wrote Don't Stop.
Yep.
She wrote Hold Me. She wrote,
Most of their hits, their biggest hits.
But yet she's the underrated member of Fleetwood Mac in a way, kind of.
I don't know, because
public perception.
Yeah, because Stevie Nicks is out front.
Yeah.
And she's, witchy woman, really cute, and got her scarves and dancing around and singing and sings very well.
Yeah.
And so, she's just the face of the band.
And Mick's the goofball, and the other guy's the one with the temper, and they all, you remember them, but you'd like, here's Christine, quiet in the background doing all the work,
I saw somebody else tweeted yesterday. They said Christine McVie was the best musician in a band that contained Lindsey Buckingham. And she was the best songwriter in a band that contained Stevie Nicks.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's just like, for years, nobody paid any attention to Keith Richards.
Yeah.
Which really pissed him off because there was Mick.
Yeah.
And now, over the last decades, he's sort of, it's both of them. They're both there. I just saw an ad for the Rolling Stones are releasing a concert video, apparently a great concert they did in 2012, I think. And they have guest artists, and the first one that's there, and they show just a little clip of it, Lady Gaga singing with Mick Jagger.
Okay.
I would like to see that and hear that. and Bruce Springsteen.
Well, she's good at performing with old people. It's kind of her thing.
It is.
God, this is a good song.
I really like this one.
I never get tired of Fleetwood Mac.
This is from the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 soundtrack.
Oh, good.
Did you say she wrote Dreams?
Let me see. I have no, she wrote Don't Stop.
Don't Stop. That's it.
Alphabetically, if we want to go from The Chain, Don't Stop is next.
And that's the...
Carrie's looking for
Don't
it right
stop
now.
thinking
Don't
about
Stop
tomorrow.
Thinking About Tomorrow.
Yeah. Bill Clinton used it on his campaign. And Fleetwood Mac played at the inaugural ball.
That's right. Interesting. All right. Well, now do we get our Fleetwood Mac biopic?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the one I want to see.
I guess there isn't one, is there?
No, there's a lot there.
There's a lot going on. That's a series. That's not a movie.
That may have to wait till some more of them die, because my guess is they wouldn't all agree to.
Do me a favor, Gina. Google and see if there's a documentary about Fleetwood Mac.
Let's see.
Because there might be a documentary that looks into all of
I'll bet there is.
the dirt and the
But
passing each other around.
yeah, but the history of this band and their relationships.
You've got chlamydia again?
It's like that.
Yeah.
It's that's a Netflix series, is what that is.
It's called Don't Stop, and it came out in 2009.
Yeah.
I wonder if I must look into, talk about all of
The
that.
inside story of Fleetwood Mac from their formation in 1967 to present day, as told by members of the band. So they agreed to it.
Actually, they've all come out and kind of talked about what, the fact that they slept with each other and all of that. Yeah.
All right. Well, that was some prime farting around, I think. Yep.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
We have to take a little break here because I need to drink my Mill Creek coffee, and I can't drink the Mill Creek coffee when I'm talking on the radio, at least very well. So we'll take a break. I'll have some Mill Creek coffee, and then we'll come back with your check-ins. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Just let us know you're okay. That's all we want to know.
It's a wellness check.
Yes,
You okay?
we're just checking in on you. Especially now, you shut-ins, okay? If you're a shut-in, call us 877-602-9696, or you can text us 33986.
Wendy's for breakfast. I don't believe that the drive-thru's opened for
No, not
for a
yet.
few more minutes. 6:30, I think, is when the drive-thru
by the
opens.
time you drive from home to there,
Exactly.
they'll be open. So
And so this is at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only. The new home-style French toast sticks. Oh, here you go. Download the Wendy's app and order it like now, and then it's ready for you when you get there. The French toast sticks. These things are delicious, and they're better than your mom's.
Hey.
Mom couldn't figure out the crispy on the outside part.
yeah.
She managed to get soggy on the outside and soggy on the inside.
Yeah.
She couldn't figure it out. Love her to death, but Wendy's has figured it out. First of all, they're in a stick form, so it's portable, and that makes it probably easier to make it crispy on the outside and perfectly fluffy on the inside, perfectly perfect in every way. It is Wendy's new French toast sticks. They could be the best breakfast ever, and they're certainly better than your mom's. Hit the drive-thru at Wendy's.
Carrie, Bill.
Sentence number 1 in Spanish, please.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Wow.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Yes, no. Estoy lleno. Ajá.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después? Después. Gracias después de la cena estoy lleno. Wow.
Estoy lleno.
Wow. All right.
Okay, that's good, Gina.
All right.
And in English, Mario?
You know, I was talking to someone, and then they said, how come Gina always said just the last word? She never said the whole sentence. Estoy lleno.
How do you say because she's very lazy?
Porque es muy floja.
Muy floja.
Muy floja. Go ahead in English, Mario.
Okay. What did the Thanksgiving turkey say after dinner?
I don't know what.
I'm stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
Stop.
Estoy lleno.
All right, and sentence number 2 in Spanish, please.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Utah, yo le voy a las porristas.
Sí.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young, otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas. ¡A las porristas!
And that is in English, Mario?
Some cheer for Brigham Young, others for the University of Utah. I cheer for the cheerleaders.
Yay!
The only way to go.
But not when my wife is around.
No.
Yep.
No. Mario, are you going to have a big traditional Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes, sir.
What will you have?
Gonna have turkey. I'm sorry, pavo.
Pavo.
Pavo. De Acción de Gracias.
What else will you have?
You know, usually we met at El Farol.
Oh, do you?
We met at El Farol, so we all bring a dish.
Yeah.
So
And have
pavo is gonna be there for reals.
So you'll have the turkey at the restaurant, and
then some other dishes, salads, and all
what
that.
will your wife bring? Or do you cook?
I don't cook.
Yeah, your wife will cook,
My wife will cook.
and she will bring.
Let me call her.
No,
No, it's all right.
Thanks, Mario.
I don't know what she'll bring.
I'm sure she appreciates the fact that you know what she's bringing. You have arrived if you're drinking wine out of a bottle.
Have you ever done that?
Out of a bottle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, like not using a glass, just picking up the bottle and drinking the wine out of the bottle. I've done that too, and it makes me feel really degenerate when I do it.
You know what I've also done? You have just a little bit of like Chardonnay left. You open up another bottle of Chardonnay that's a different type. You pour them in the same glass and shout, "I'm a vintner!"
You've done that.
All right, let's get this over with, shall we? We'll do your check-ins at 877-602-9696 after we officially begin the program.
Advantage U Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, Mountain Star, and Intermountain Healthcare. To see if Advantage U is right for you, visit AdvantageUMedicare.com.
The sun will rise today at 7:31 a.m., of course, and it will set at 5:02 this evening. The moon, it's a waxing gibbous moon, now 60 98.6% of full. The moon will rise today at 1:53 p.m. Today being Thursday, it's the first day of December in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. The first day of December, not the first day of winter, as some seem to believe.
The news authority said that.
Yes, the news authority this morning said it's December 1st. That's the first day of winter, isn't it? No, that's the 21st is the first day. This is the Say That You Love Me, Tell Me Sweet Little Lies edition of the Radio from Hell show. The show that promises you false and misleading statements on a variety of topics. Radio from Hell stars the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. Over there be Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer, and Cameron Diaz and Dawson helping out as well. Yes. It's Sarah Silverman's birthday, Richard Pryor's birthday.
Funny people all
and
around.
National Package Protection Day.
Oh, protect your package.
Protect your package at all costs today.
Does that mean take it off your porch to move it?
Well, let's ask Monty the mailman about that. He's on line 3 and checking in from his mail truck.
There we go. Monty.
Hi, Monty. Did you know it was National Protect Your Package Day?
I do now, and I'm going to make every effort to protect everyone's package.
Thank you, Monty. Thank you.
You do that anyway, not just today.
It's also officially Tell Bill You Love Him Day. Hi, Bill. I love you.
Wow. Well, I love you back, Monty.
A little aggressive here.
I can sense a little blushing from over there.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of nervous now.
Monty, I can confirm.
Oh, don't be. Take another hit off the bottle of wine, and you'll be fine.
Okay. Thank you, Monty. Thank you. Your love is appreciated.
It's also December 1st is also officially at the post office what they call peak season. So we all start early. And I call it the insanity season, but they call it peak season.
Yeah,
so I'm already out delivering.
It's just going to get just frantic from here on through Christmas.
So here, I have a question for you, Monty. So when to ship Festus his Christmas present to Florida, what is my drop dead day?
Last week.
Probably.
Because it's Florida, honestly, if you ship it within a week before, you'll probably be okay. But my recommendation, just for the sake of things, is ship it as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
It's directly from the mailman.
Not to open it.
All right. Thank you, Monty.
Monty, thank you.
We'll see you.
Yes.
Adios.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's go to Darren from Riverdale.
Hi, Darren. How's it going in Riverdale?
Hey, Bill. How's it going? It's
Good.
going well.
Say hi to Carrie and Gina, too.
Nah, don't worry about it,
Hi,
Darren.
Carrie. Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Good morning, Lords.
Don't worry, Darren.
What's up?
Just checking in and let you know I'm doing okay.
Oh, good.
Well, thank you. Are you a shut-in,
No.
Darren?
Normally, yes, but today I got to go into the office.
What do you do?
I'm a dispatcher for a trucking company.
That's
It's also busy time for you, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Fourth quarter is always the busiest time of every trucking industry out there.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like it's kind of an interesting job. Do you like it?
I love it. Meet a lot of interesting drivers out there, a lot of weird problems they have out there on the roads, but never the same day twice.
All right.
All right. Well, have at it, Darren.
Thank you, Darren.
See ya.
Take care. Bye.
All right, let's go to...
Get ready.
It's Larry from Ogden.
Hey, Larry.
Terry, Bill, and Gina.
Hey.
Good morning.
Yes, morning. Larry. Hi.
Hey, I was listening to that little skit there of Mario, and I got a joke for you.
Okay.
What do you call a pot smoking turkey?
I don't know, Larry. What do you call a pot smoking turkey?
Smoked turkey.
Oh, that's not a good. That's not.
I have a better punchline for you. Let me try it, Larry. Right. What do you call a pot?
Gotta have my drum roll.
Hang on. Let me try the joke again with a different punchline. What do you call a pot smoking turkey?
I don't know, Carrie. What do you call a pot smoking turkey?
Larry from Ogden.
Hey!
Ow! Ow!
There you go.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I fixed it for you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Have a great day, everyone.
All right, Larry.
Until.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Go to Speed Racer.
In North Draper.
Hi, Speed Racer.
I didn't
Hello?
know that was
Hey.
a place, North Draper.
Yeah. Gina, every place has a North.
I've never heard it referred to.
There's North Salt Lake.
It's It's the better Draper because the swingers are in South Draper.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So, Speed Racer, what's up?
Well, it's December 1st, so I get to open my wine advent calendar.
Yay.
From Costco?
Got to remember to do that when I get home.
Not our Costco, but
Super
other
excited.
Costco.
From grown-up Costco.
Yes.
Yeah. What is now? There is not a full bottle
They're
of
little,
wine.
the little
They're
ones.
splits.
A little splits. Okay.
Yeah.
What's this big calendar?
It's 2 glasses.
Uh-huh.
It's 2 glasses.
And so it must be fairly large, though. This calendar.
It's like that. Box.
It's a big box.
It's like 3 foot by
okay.
2.5. You know.
Right. Have you opened it
Yeah,
yet?
and then, well, no, that's for after work.
Okay.
That's the fun.
Excited.
Okay.
But then also, my husband, software guy, he developed an algorithm where he did the same thing with his 12 best friends and beer.
Oh, okay.
A
Good
beer
idea.
advent calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Good
good.
idea.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
Well, thanks for checking in with that information.
Hey, thanks.
We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Let's see. Let's see. Could you please have him say the cow says moo? I don't. All right. Meteorological winter starts on December 1st, but yes, they should differentiate.
I didn't know there was such a thing as meteorological.
Miss Brant, get Frankenweather on the phone. All right. Lunch lady Katie checking in. Spaghetti and meatballs for lunch today.
That's okay.
You guys always overcook the pasta, though. Metal Shop Mark reporting from Tooele. Most of the trash cans I passed this morning were on their sides. Oh, it's windy.
Yeah.
Very windy, that's why. Perry City listener checking in. Do you know when you'll be in Ogden for the road home? We won't be making it to Ogden.
Closest we get is Layton.
Layton will be the furthest north. that we
Young
get.
Chevrolet, I believe, in Layton.
Yeah. Let's see. Wanted to wish my wonder wife Stephanie a happy 35th. Johnny B checking in, listening while folding my laundry. After a busy shift in the angiography clinic yesterday, I'm ready to be working on my house today. And a good friend of the program, Allison Sabo. I'm okay, thanks.
Well, that's good. We're very glad.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, let's see if anything's happening this morning. So I think today is going to be one of those good days. Tomorrow, not such a good day. We do have one accident to tell you about. Crash, I-15 southbound approaching Main Street exit in Payson. Let's see. Right lane and shoulder are blocked with traffic backing up toward 80th South in Spanish Fork. If you're seeing something, say something. Text it to us, 33986.
All right, we will take a break. In our next break, we've got not only big boy news and opinioendo for you, but also geek news and more coming up. Boner of the Day is on the way. Victoria will be here with the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update. She watches so that we don't have to. Beat Gina coming up. All kinds of things on the way. Stand by.
Don't miss a
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's that feature you know and love.
Hello, sailor boy.
Oh, so my son Festus, graduated from Navy boot camp last week.
Oh, so he did make it.
He did make it. So what? The last thing you have to do before graduation it's called battle stations. Doesn't that sound tough? It's a simulated ship, and apparently the people at Universal Studios designed this ship.
Really?
It's like a ride. It shakes and moves, and like you have to go through 24 hours on this fake ship where things happen and you have to react. Like there's a flood in this compartment.
All decks to battle stations. This is not a drill. All decks to battle stations.
Or there's a fire, below deck that you got to put out, and there's a man overboard, all that.
That poop deck needs to be swabbed.
Exactly. But went through that and passed. And normally the family can go to the graduation. It's just like any graduation. But of course, COVID, everything. So they had a virtual graduation, which if there are dozens and dozens of people graduating and they're all wearing the same thing, I couldn't see him, and there was no way.
And they all have the same haircuts, too.
Yeah. Well, and they're all wearing masks. So it's this.
I think that's you.
Yeah. So I watched it, but I couldn't see him. But after graduation, I got a text from him. He got his phone back. He hasn't had his phone for 10 weeks.
That's right. For some reason, they're on real world blackout or something like that. They're not allowed access to the real world.
So he sent me this text. He said, "They just put me on a bus a little while ago. Holding a phone feels weird. Kind of like Betty White discovering AOL Messenger for the first time. What is this phone thing that I..." But he said, so we started texting back and forth, and he said, "They don't tell you anything in the military. I didn't know I was leaving. I don't know where I'm going. They just say, get your stuff and get on the bus. But here's your phone." So at least he could have that.
Okay. Wow.
And they put him on a military plane and flew, because I said, "Where are you going, to the airport?" He's like, "I don't know. I hope so. I want to get a double quarter pounder if we go to the airport."
Priorities.
But they didn't. It's all military. And so all along we've been thinking, once he gets to, it's called A school. Mm-hmm. And it's like college. He's going to medic school. It's school from 8 to 4, and it's college. He lives in a dorm, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But we thought, we can maybe go visit him while he's there, because he's going to be there for 10 months. And his wife is supposed to leave this week to go look for an apartment close by base, because in regular times he could go off base and like go to dinner with her or whatever, and on the weekends he could go stay with her during the weekends.
Not now.
None of that.
Nope.
He cannot leave the base for 10 months.
Wow.
Now she, because she has a military ID, can come on base and visit him. She can't stay there with him, but, they screen you. But he is not allowed to leave. There's no liberty. There's no... So, now, this is 10 months. I am hopeful that this COVID thing will be much better in less than 10 months. But potentially, I could not be in the same room with him for 10 months.
Wow.
Is that crazy? I don't care for that. But on the other hand, I'm glad they're trying to be safe and that they have restrictions like that. It's kind of like when we were talking to Amy Donaldson earlier, and she was talking about how in the NBA they have their bubble and they had to stay there and everything. But the NFL, they come and go, and this is a military bubble.
Well, I guess you'll have to get used to seeing him on Zoom, I suppose.
Well, so this is the thing that's finally going to get me to buy an iPhone.
Hi, Gina. Welcome to the wonderful world.
so we can FaceTime and stuff. But I'm a little depressed at the thought of not seeing him for that long. I'm hopeful that before 10 months is over that will change, but
I wish.
No.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Because where he is like school and he has a phone and stuff, he's going to see if he can find a time maybe where we can hello sailor where he actually calls in, which would be...
Oh, that'd be fun.
Which would be nice. So.
Well, there you go. All right, let's see. It's 6:37. We got Geek News coming up, but first, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Cold, flu, and COVID season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, vitamin C with zinc, and B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Call 385-383-6291.
Well, in your first celebrity news, a judge has declared a mistrial after jurors said they were hopelessly deadlocked at the trial of that 70s show actor Danny Masterson, who was charged with 3 rapes. Los Angeles Superior Court Judge Charlene Olmedo had ordered the jurors to take Thanksgiving weekend off or week off and keep deliberating after they told her on November 18 that they could not come to a consensus about the allegations after a month-long trial in which the Church of Scientology played a supporting role.
Yeah.
Masterson was charged with the rape of 3 women, including a former girlfriend, in his Hollywood Hills home between 2001 and 2003. He pleaded not guilty, and his lawyer said the acts were all consensual. All 3 women were members of the Church of Scientology at the time.
Where you're not supposed to tattle on other members, and they'll handle it within, they're not going to call police. They're going to handle it within the church.
Masterson remains a member of the Church of Scientology. I find the jurors hopelessly deadlocked, said the judge, after inquiring whether there was anything the court could do to move them closer to reaching a consensus, a unanimous decision. Jurors said they voted 7 times on Tuesday and Wednesday without being able to reach a consensus on any of the 3 counts. The jury foreman said that only 2 jurors voted for conviction on the first count, 4 voted for conviction on the second count, 5 to convict on the third count, but they couldn't get beyond that.
I wonder if because it was 3 different women from 3 different times, but maybe it was just too much.
I don't know.
Maybe they should have done them one at a time or something.
So why Val Kilmer? Val Kilmer was set to be in Willow, apparently, on Disney.
In this TV series.
In the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was going to do it. Of course, he was in the original. The showrunner said things nearly came together for Kilmer to reprise his role for the series. The showrunner's name is Jake Kasdan. We really wanted Val to be in the show, and Val really wanted to come out and be in the show. Mm-hmm. I remember going to see Val right after this thing started to get some momentum, and I said, listen, we're going to be doing this. It looks like it's going to go, and the whole world wants you back.
Well, he was the only thing I liked in the original.
Mad Mardigan.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, you want me back, but not as much as I want me back.
Yeah.
Kilmer, who was diagnosed with throat cancer in 2015, has continued to work throughout his health struggle, including an emotional reprisal of his role of Iceman in Top Gun Maverick. But as COVID overtook the world, it became insurmountable. We just couldn't get it done, and Kilmer. Now, if there's a second season of Willow, then it's likely that he'll be back.
So it's because of how and when they filmed this, not that he didn't want.
I mean, he had, the health issues already. He didn't want to throw that into the mix as well. So,
a neighbor of the 4 University of Idaho students that were murdered in their sleep denied that he played any role in the murders, despite online chatter. RadarOnline.com has learned. On Tuesday, neighbor Jeremy Reagan told Court TV, "I didn't do it. I have nothing to hide. I'm willing to give DNA, fingerprints, whatever they need." Mr. Reagan has been the target of online harassment after he spoke to the media after the story about the murders broke. He said he believed his socially awkward behavior led people to point the finger at him. "I am a naturally awkward person. It's just my mannerisms, the way I talk, my natural person. I'm just socially awkward.
That's too bad.
So I might smile at points that I shouldn't, and I might make weird hand movements when I shouldn't do that."
But, sir, online chatter says you did it.
Individuals on social media had accused him of refusing to provide DNA samples to the police. Reagan said, no, I reached out to the police after hearing the false rumors. Officers came by my house. They talked to me. They interviewed me. They didn't bring anything to collect DNA. They said, "If we need you, will you come down to the station?" And I said, "Yes, absolutely." I didn't do anything.
Bad for that guy, because there will be people that just believe it. No matter what.
Well, you feel bad for him, Gina, until you find out that he did it.
Until
A suspect is in custody after cameras were found taped under sinks in several bathrooms at the University of Utah's Student Life building. University police said that a patron found a camera taped under a sink on the... It's interesting to call somebody who's using the bathroom a patron, isn't it? Found a camera taped under a sink on the 3rd floor of a bathroom. Afterwards, a search of all the bathrooms in the Student Life building was conducted. A second camera was located in an all-gender bathroom on the basement level. In a third all-gender bathroom on the 2nd floor, some tape was found underneath the sink, suggesting at one point there was a camera taped there. In a statement released by Eccles Student Life Center Director John McDonald, a suspect was identified and arrested.
I really don't get why people do this. There's plenty of free naked people on the internet.
They do it often because they can sell it to various websites. There are people who want to see that stuff. The statement also claims that staff will continue checking throughout the building to make sure no cameras have been installed. Police shooting shut down I-15 for hours during the commute yesterday. This was in Davis County, I-15. Massive backups. We were talking about it on the radio yesterday, of course. Layton police said a shooting on the freeway occurred, prompting the closure. Suspect in custody. No officers were injured. The incident began at about 6:30 yesterday morning when a Layton resident called police and said, "Hey, there's somebody sleeping in a car in my driveway." Well, the officers went to investigate, and they found a 28-year-old man asleep in a car with a gun nearby. Additional officers were called in, and when the man woke up and realized the cops were around him, he drove away. How he did that when there were cops all around, I'm wondering.
Like you do.
Don't if you bring in extra officers and aren't you going to surround the car and try and contain it? But he drove off.
Well, and you'd park your service vehicle in front of his car or behind his car so that he can't do either.
Officers deployed spike strips to try and get the car to stop, and although the attempt was successful, the man continued to drive. Crews started slowing traffic down as the suspect continued to flee, and then he started firing rounds out of his car window at the cops.
That's helpful.
Fortunately, no one was injured. A pit maneuver was done try and bring the vehicle to stop. Two officers got out of their cars, exchanged some gunfire with the man before the pursuit then continued. But then a second pit maneuver was conducted, and he stopped again, and this time he said, "I surrender." Apparently the man was shot during the encounter. Is non-life-threatening injury, though. But I guess he was shot enough to say, "I don't want to do this anymore. I give." House Minority Leader Republican Kevin McCarthy, in an angry letter to Representative Benny Thompson, "You leave Benny Thompson alone, you." He warned the chairman of the U.S. House Select Committee on the January 6th attack that his role will end on January 3rd, like he didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly.
And it is imperative that all information collected be preserved.
And I hope...
What are they going to do? Not preserve that information?
And I hope Benny said to him, "Oh, it's going to be out there. We're releasing it to the public. You'll be able to see it for yourself."
Merrick Garland will get all of this?
Yes.
The California Republican Congressman McCarthy had a dramatically different position on Donald Trump's unlawful retention of well over 10,000 items from the White House, including at least 300 documents with classified markings. McCarthy is running. I think he was elected House Speaker, wasn't he?
Not officially.
Hasn't been official yet.
No, he's claiming it, even though he doesn't have the votes.
His letter, angry and accusatory in tone, also suggests Republicans will hold their own hearings on the January 6th attack on the Capitol on democracy with a vastly different focus. A focus that'll try and show that there are good people on both sides.
Yes.
They're going to go after Antifa, because that's who... Wait.
That's right.
Oh, sorry.
He also said... And when I'm in charge, we're going to start every day with a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, like they do now.
They still do, yeah.
But he's making it sound like the Democrats don't do that, but we're going to do. They do that.
Yeah.
These guys just lie, man.
I know. And is there any technology more ironic than sleep tracking? It seems odd, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Tech companies say that their wearables and apps that study your body as you snooze can help get you a better night's sleep. But many sleep experts and the companies themselves say technology itself is to blame that you don't sleep well. Overly bright smartphones and social networking apps, and they keep distracting you so you don't go to sleep. Well, with the hopes of solving sleep problems, there is Amazon is introducing a technique called Halo Rise, and Amazon wants to review your sleep.
They've got enough of my information.
I think so.
They don't need any more.
I don't want them to review my sleep.
No.
So, no, thank you, Amazon.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, the United States edged Iran 1-0 on Tuesday to advance to World Cup's round 16. They'll play the Netherlands on Saturday. And there's a really sweet video. I posted it yesterday of a USA player hugging a Iranian player who was just sobbing at the end of the game. And
now, I didn't catch it, Gina, but the Iranian players went back to Iran, and they were greeted at the airport by people. Do you know what the situation was with that at all?
I don't know that there was a situation. I haven't seen anything about that specifically. Okay. Let me look into that for you, Bill.
Great.
Let's see. The Jazz, they beat the Clippers 125-112 last night. They play again tomorrow. Tonight we've got the Bills and the Patriots. That's a 6:15 Thursday game. And now, earlier we were talking about first day of winter.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There are two different first days of winter.
I think one of them is bogus.
This is from the National Weather Service.
Okay.
Today is the first day of meteorological winter. Because astronomical seasons change each year, meteorologists use the same 4 3-month blocks to represent the seasons. So for them, winter is December, January, February.
Okay.
So December 1st.
Having nothing to do with the actual tilt of the Earth on its axis, which...
That's the astronomical winter, which begins on the 21st.
The astronomical one is the real one.
Right.
The other one's just a construct.
Right.
Okay.
Now, weather. Today, it'll be windy and warm.
Yes, it's windy out there now.
Almost 50 degrees today because a big storm is blowing in tomorrow. It'll happen overnight tonight into tomorrow. So tomorrow's commute's probably going to be, a little nasty.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Or Big Nasty.
Or Big Nasty. They're actually warning folks that are driving down for the U game in Vegas. They're saying, in fact, here's a message. Attention, Utah football fans. Hazardous travel expected along I-15 Friday morning. Please leave for Vegas Thursday if you can.
Jeez.
Roads might be cleared by 10 a.m. to noon Friday, but it could be risky. Saturday will be okay if you're heading back to Utah on that day. Only one accident to tell you about right now. Crash I-15 southbound approaching Main Street exit in Payson. Right lane and shoulder blocked with traffic backing up toward 80th South in Spanish Fork. If you see something, you can text us 33986.
All right, Geek News brought to you by Gina.
If you're into Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, or Pokemon, Hastur has it. Hastur also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Hastur Games is located at 6831 South State, open Monday through Sunday. Get store hours and more at HasturGames.com.
All right. I always try to find some trailers for you to watch, right? And you're going to say this first trailer, Carrie, this isn't genre. This isn't geek.
Okay.
It is as far as I'm concerned. I can't play you the whole trailer because it's Red Band.
Oh, I know what it is.
But
I saw this.
I encourage you to find Cocaine Bear.
Okay, is this real?
It's a real movie, Gina.
It looks really great.
Oh, Jesus.
Cocaine Bear.
What is that?
Beth, we should go.
It's
real.
It's directed by Elizabeth Banks.
So it's a comedy.
Well,
sort of.
Yes and no. Here's how she describes it. There's like, Elizabeth Banks, what are you doing directing this movie? And she said that I love horror, I love gore, I love horror comedy, I love Sam Raimi, and I love John Carpenter.
Okay.
This takes place in 1985, so I felt like this was a real opportunity to create a homage to some of those kinds of films, but to do something unique tonally because it's also a character piece. And yes, it's exactly what you think it is, based on a true story. The bear.
Wait a minute. Based on a true story?
Gets into somebody's cocaine, right?
Well, it's a monumental amount of cocaine following a drug runner's plane crash, leading to an array of authorities, criminals, teens, and tourists making their way to a forest in Georgia where the fired-up animal is out for blood. It is opening on February 24th, which features quite an ensemble cast. It's got Kerry Russell, O'Shea Jackson Jr., Alden Ehrenreich, Margot Martindale, and Ray Liotta in one of his last roles.
No, it was right after he died, Gina.
But my favorite part of the trailer, I mean there are many, is Jesse Tyler Ferguson's character up in a tree.
Yeah.
And they said, we'll be safe up here, right? And he says, oh, no, of course, we'll be fine. Bears can't climb trees.
Of course they can.
Of course they can. See, that's why it's... And then at the end, the bear is chasing an ambulance, and it's crazy. Okay. Watch this trailer, all right?
The cocaine gives this bear unusual powers.
Yeah, it's going to be hilarious and weird and wonderful. Also a trailer for you. We and this one I can play for you because there's no swears in it. But this is the second trailer. But the reason this one's important is because we get a bigger look at the land.
All right. That's a go.
The Super Mario Brothers movie.
Oh my God. Okay.
Now, the first trailer focused more on the villain Bowser.
Who I am.
But this
about
one
to rule the world.
This one's a little different.
Wow, yay. But there's one problem. There's a human, has a mustache, just like you.
Do you think I know every human being with a mustache wearing an identical outfit with a hat with the letter of his first name on it? Because I don't.
So, yeah, we get a better look at the world, and the animation, really, I got to say, it looks great.
Okay.
Everyone was kind of doubting this movie, and I'm I'm kind of back in the, I think it's going to be a huge hit.
Think it'll be better than the Bob Hoskins?
Well, I mean, that holds a special place. But,
yeah.
But, yeah.
Come on, Mario! Our big adventure begins now! Ah! Get it off, get it off, get it off!
But, yeah, you've got, of course, Chris Pratt is Mario. Charlie Day is Luigi. We also have, let's see, Anna Taylor-Joy as Peach. Jack Black is Bowser. Keegan-Michael Key is Toad. Seth Rogen is Donkey Kong. Fred Armisen is Cranky Kong. Sebastian Maniscalco is Spike. And the original voice of Mario from the video games, Charles Martinet, will also be featured. But you get a long look at the whole world. They're going Mario Kart. They're doing all of the Mario games, it looks like. So that'll be April 7th when that arrives in theaters. And like I said, I think this is going to be a huge hit. Not a huge hit from Disney, Strange World.
I don't know what this is, and maybe that's part of the problem.
That's the point of this story I found in the Hollywood Reporter. Strange World likely to lose Disney $100 million.
Jeez.
The movie opened second at the box office on its opening weekend, failed to gross $12 million over 3 days. It's just like, wow, what happened? And a lot of people are speculating as to what the problem might be. Some are blaming Disney for, throwing some of their Pixar features on Disney Plus and not in theaters, and saying people are now expecting you to wait for it to come home kind of attitude. I think it was more the marketing.
I really have no idea what this is.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the problem.
What is it?
And I pay more attention than most people to these things.
It's about a family of explorers. And it's never really made clear. I mean, it looks great. The animation looks great. But it's never really made clear why you should care about this story. To be fair, though, Disney isn't always sure what it has with some of these big animation films. I mean, they underestimated Frozen. They really underestimated Encanto.
Yeah.
They just thought that was a toss-away. But, they got a little confused. And this is a fresh mess for Bob Iger now to come in and clean up. And finally this, I've been telling you to watch this Andor Star Wars TV series. This was set to be the first Star Wars production that used the F word.
Okay.
It was set to
It was set to go. It was in the script. The actress said it. And they recorded it and filmed it, and it was there. And then when they all sat down and went, this is Star Wars. We can't.
We shouldn't do that.
This is the grown-up Star Wars, but we're not going to.
George will be unhappy with us.
But we're not going to do it. So it's in the final episode of Andor Season 1. Instead of Fight the Empire, it was supposed to be. Yeah. And I'm told if you go back and look, and I'm going to today or this weekend, and look at the actress's voice, mouth.
Yeah.
She's saying the F word.
Read her lips.
Yes, read her lips. So go back and take a look at that. Said, yes, it's adult Star Wars, but we can't go that far. All right?
I think that's the right call.
Traffic, Gina.
So crash I-15 southbound approaching Main Street exit in Payson. Right lane and shoulder block. Traffic backing up toward 80th South in Spanish Fork. Crash northbound I-215 west at milepost 20. This is in Salt Lake County off to the right shoulder. And let me check our message stream. Nothing there, but you can send us stuff if you see it. 33986 is where you do that.
All right. Thank you very much. KXRK Provo, we will take a break. We'll be back. Boner of the day coming up and lots more. Stand by.
Hello, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh, my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying.
Yes.
Neutering.
Yes.
Hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space heaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better R value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no.
Can I claim them as my children?
And no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have Social Security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh?
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
Okay.
Well, kiddies, it does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block will go to jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
Right now.
There's a chance I won't be here tomorrow, or I won't be here for the whole show tomorrow.
There's a chance.
A chance.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I don't understand why they do this. I had it explained to me once and I've forgotten. But whenever you have a medical procedure done, whether it's a major operation or just a minor in-office procedure, but something out of the ordinary, that and I'm having a procedure tomorrow, which will remain nameless. It's personal, okay? Whenever you have a procedure, they won't tell you anything but the day you're having it. Maybe they'll give you
sometimes the night before you'll get a call.
Well, that's what they say.
Yeah.
They say sometimes they'll tell you, okay, we'll schedule it for this date a month from now, and the doctor does his procedures all in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, so what time should I be there? Well, we don't know.
Yeah.
We'll call you the day before.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, so sometime today, I'll get a phone call. And then a lot of times it says on the little sheet that they give you, if we haven't called you by such and such a time, please call us. Because
sometimes things fall through the cracks.
That fills you with confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes we overlook these things. So sometime today I'll get a phone call. Now I told them that I think the doctor does them. He starts at 8 in the morning, and he does a bunch of them on the same day. This same procedure that I'm having. I think there'll be a lineup of people. Just next.
Conveyor belt.
Yeah, it's a simple procedure. Apparently, the doctor said it takes me 15, 20 minutes.
You don't get knocked all the way out.
Not at all. As a matter of fact, you don't get knocked out at all. They numb you up really good, so that takes some time.
Sure.
They give you lidocaine or whatever it is to make sure that you're numb in all those places that you need to be numb. And then...
My soul. Can I get that in my soul?
And then the doctor said, now, we do have an option as well. You can get nitrous oxide, laughing gas.
I'll take it.
If you want. He said, but insurance won't cover that. We got the...
Insurance wants you to be in pain.
We got the licensing to do it. Apparently, that's a process. Not every. You can't just get. If you could, I'd get a tank of nitrous at home.
Amen.
But he said we've got the nitrous oxide, but it costs you $100. And then the doctor said, and I would recommend that you pay the money.
$100 is worth being comfortable, or at least more comfortable.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be my morning, and there's a possibility that maybe they'll say 9 o'clock. So I'll come here and work and then leave at a certain time.
Here's a text. I'm an OR scheduler. We don't make the schedule until after 3 p.m. the day before because of possible emergency procedures pushing everything else around.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
All right.
But it's the kind of thing that I can drive myself there and drive myself home.
Oh, okay.
So I could just,
Can you eat? You can't eat, probably.
A light breakfast.
A light breakfast.
A light breakfast, and please.
Can you have Mill Creek coffee? Is there?
Probably,
okay,
probably. And please wear loose-fitting clothing.
Oh yes.
Well, you do anyway.
Comfortable, loose, mostly. Comfortable, loose-fitting clothing. I think I've had so many procedures that I have a bunch of hospital gowns at home.
Sure.
I'm just going to put the gown on, so I may be wearing.
That'll be fun.
I may be wearing a gown. I'll put on boxer shorts.
Oh, okay. I was going to say they'll be fine for us, not so fine for Katie because your
the
back is facing her.
Yeah, no, I'll wear the boxer shorts, so it'll be okay. And then I can drive myself home from the procedure.
The procedure.
Yes. It's personal, okay?
That's okay. Hey, I talked about my hysterectomy all over this radio show. That's not personal. I don't know what is.
Well, should I say it then?
That's up. No, I'm kidding. If you don't feel comfortable talking.
I don't know.
You know who has one real testicle?
It's not that.
But it is down there.
That's me.
Carrie has talked at length about his personal procedures.
Okay, all right, I'll do it. It has to do with the prostate. Now, I don't have prostate cancer or anything like that, but as time goes by, male prostate, and it happens to every man. Your prostate gets kind of starts swelling. No, it's more swelling than it just swells. Gravity affects something else.
Oh, there's more water in this toilet.
Yeah,
than there
exactly.
Used to be.
Boy, them things are dangling, ain't they? Yeah, I don't have that problem. So the procedure is, and I think you put it well, Gina, when I was telling you about it this morning. It's like a corset for your prostate.
It kind of shore things up.
Yeah, it just tightens and slims.
Does it lift and separate?
Yeah, it lifts and separates. Kind of. Yeah. Because when your prostate swells up, it starts to press on your bladder. And then that's you have to get up and pee more of the times in the night and all that. So why am I talking about this on the radio?
No.
Well, you've talked about having your testicle removed.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, I think privacy has left the building a long time ago.
yeah, that's true. So my doctor says it'll be about 90 minutes, but the actual procedure is only 15 minutes. But it's numbing you up and all of that stuff. So he says it's
and you can drive yourself home after.
Yeah, because there's just the local numbing, and then nitrous it goes away almost immediately.
Okay.
So procedure. Tomorrow is procedure day.
And then you can rest all weekend.
Yeah, and it makes me feel better, actually, to talk about it, because I'm kind of nervous about it. I'm kind of nervous.
Anytime you're having anything done, it's...
Because the way they get to your prostate is...
Not one bit.
Not pleasant.
See, I thought they went the other way, but apparently
not.
No,
they go right. They go the shortest route possible.
Okay. As the crow flies,
Yeah.
they go.
They go right to...
Yep.
Right about...
That's...
Right about...
The dreaded Kanduru. That was a really inside joke.
Yes.
XRK.
Okay.
All right.
So that's now all out in the open, and I didn't intend it to be.
I hope you don't feel like I bullied you into talking about it.
Well, you did, kind of. I talked about my hysterectomy.
Well, I mean, I did.
I'm not having a hysterectomy. That's all right.
Ouch!
Yeah, it's not comfortable. I will be uncomfortable for a few days.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Allred, just relax. And here we...
That's exactly what it's like.
Just a few more seconds.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Just another second or two.
Hey. All right.
Breathe deep in the nitrous. Breathe deep.
Woo!
Glad you wore loose-fitting clothing, sir.
And you're done.
Grab your cell phone, sir. There you go.
Make sure you pay your copay on the way out.
Yes.
Could I take a tank of nitrous with me?
Crash I-84 westbound in Weber Canyon just after the on-ramp from Mountain Green. I guess it's a little icy up there this morning. Crash I-15 southbound approaching the Main Street exit in Payson in Utah County. Right lane and shoulder are blocked there. And let me check our message stream. No, people are just talking about it's kind of like a bladder sling that women get. Same kind of thing for.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's
a sling.
essentially what it is.
Oh, okay.
Bill's prostate will be in a sling.
Yeah.
That's.
Hey, you got your prostate in a sling, don't you?
If you have your prostate in a sling or see some traffic that people need to know about, you can text us 33986.
Thank you.
Oh,
our children are learning from you.
We got boners coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be voting for. Number one, Lady Hussey has some questions about your ethnic background.
Ooh.
Boner candidate number two, he didn't trust the banks with his money. And boner candidate number three, did you know that you and I, Utah taxpayers, are paying bounty money for dead coyotes?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, boner of the day coming up along with Big Boy News. Stand by for that. Salt Lake Film Society. There's two different websites. There's slfs.org, where you can just see the whole organization and the shows and things like that. And then slfstix.org, where you buy the tickets.
The hills are alive with the sound of music.
Are you singing with Maria, Bill?
Yes. This is a big deal. Salt Lake Film Society does this every year. A lot of people love it. They look forward to it, and they come. It's the showing of The Sound of Music, and it's a sing-along. And there are two showings. One is on December 3rd and then one on December 10th. And you pay $20. It's a $20 ticket, but you get a bag of all kinds of little goodies and things. You get to have tea. There's a live MC.
And there's a costume contest. Now, all kids that dress up All of them will get a prize. Adults, if they dress up, though, there's going to be an actual costume contest.
So join the Salt Lake Film Society for the Sound of Music. Sing with Maria. slfstix.org. I wonder what happens when I discover things like this and how it happens. I was coming into the building today. I get out of my car. It's very close to the door. And I start walking up to the door. And there, right in front of the door, a pair of men's underwear.
Yeah.
Dirty underpants. Dirty underpants lying there on the ground.
The tidy whities?
No.
Boxers?
So kind of boxer briefs, those kinds.
Those kind, yeah.
But had seen better days as far as I could tell. And I just at first I'm not going to touch it.
No.
You know, but what's the story there?
Think of what that person must be going through. That
I know we have every once there are people down there who sleep in that area in the breezeway. I haven't been there for a while, but there have been people sleeping there. But did this person stand there and take off their underpants and drop them, or
were they extra underpants that they dropped as they were walking by?
Fell out of some. It's just like, come on. It is kind of getting a little grimy in Salt Lake here and there, isn't it?
It is.
And I don't know what I particularly can do about it, but
it's the big question. I think everyone would like to know what we can do to help these people, and it's not any one thing. It's a lot of different people experiencing a lot of different problems.
That's why Rocky Anderson says he's running for mayor again, because of all of that stuff going on in downtown.
It's like, I think Carrie said when we brought that up, great, Rocky, what are your ideas?
Yeah, what's your idea?
Instead of running for mayor, why don't you just help us now? What?
Yeah, you don't need to be mayor to help. Step on up.
And Salt Lake's a different place than it was when he was mayor. And
I get the impression that Mayor Mendenhall is trying to do everything she can. To address this problem.
She doesn't think Salt Lake should have to shoulder the burden of doing everything.
It's part of the problem because the homeless people are in Salt Lake, but it becomes everybody's problem because the capital is here, and the people who come from there are a lot of people who come from outside of Salt Lake to work here, and they go, "Ooh, it's icky here." Well, help out.
And Rocky's saying, well, it's simple. If they need mental health, we get them mental help.
Oh, okay. Nobody ever thought of that before.
If they need help with addictions, we'll get them help for that. And if not, they'll just go to jail. Well,
jailing them does nothing.
No.
Then they just let them out of jail and they go back out on the street.
And all that stuff costs money, and who's going to pay for it, and where's the programs, and who's going to... I don't disagree that we need all of those things, but it's not as simple as just saying, well, if they're on the street and they don't have an addiction, and they're not mentally ill, and they're just outside, then we'll put them in jail. You can't just put everybody in jail.
And you can't get a job unless you have an address, telephone, all that stuff that costs money.
Well, and these satellite homeless shelters were supposed to solve all the problems, get the homeless people out of the Pioneer Park area, get them out of that area, Rio Grande area, get them out of there, and that should help. And the main reason that they wanted them out of there is because of business.
Is business. Yeah. Yep. That's some prime land right there.
Part of it is, and I don't know how you ever deal with this, some people prefer to live that way.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, that is their preference to not be
not that many though.
But,
I mean, that's
some people
they don't want to go in.
They don't want to be told what to do or where to go or how.
Or
to
sometimes
live,
they don't want to go into the inside because they feel that they don't have any control.
They can't bring their stuff.
Yeah.
They have pets that they can't. It's so complex.
Well, if now, where was it? Oh, we were when we were in the Gay Pride Parade.
Yes.
And then we were driving back here to the studio, and we stopped at a light down here. I think it was right here on West Temple. Remember, there was a guy with a sign panhandling there, and he was really close to me, and he held up his sign, and I said, "Sorry," and he said, "Oh, hey, Bill Allred, I listen to your show all the time." It's so they're just regular people. So I've been listening to you for years. And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any change at all." "Oh, that's okay."
You gave him a piece of candy, I think.
Oh, that's right. I said, "Here, I have some candy." That's right.
A sucker or something.
Yeah, we had some candy. I said, "Here, candy." "Oh, thank you."
Now, your discovery of
underpants
this morning has devolved this show into a deep, dark discussion of sadness, but maybe it's a simple thing. Maybe it's just I trusted a fart. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it was.
Like,
let me bring it back to fart jokes, okay?
This will be fine. This will go.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Now, over the left field wall, the real show's about to begin. The glorious sunrise. Brought to you by God, the invisible giant you turn to when you're about to die.
There we go.
Yeah.
Back to normal.
That is the biggest surprise in the world is a fart with a lump in it.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it was just that.
I didn't examine it to see if that was the case.
What's Weezer?
And 7:25 right now.
Red sky at morning. Sailors take warning.
Oh,
so all you sailors out there, be warned.
I'm just saying.
All right. Yes, it's a boner of the day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote. of these three candidates. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, December 1, 2022? We'll give you two candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all three, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it, or perhaps if your dad won the boner and you're trying to get him a shirt, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number one, Lady Hussey has some questions about your ethnic background. Prince William and Kate Middleton reportedly support his grandmother, or godmother rather, Lady Susan Hussey's decision to remove herself from her honorary position at Buckingham Palace. Now, she says it's her decision to remove herself. I think it was her decision to remove herself after quite a bit of pressure from other people.
Oh.
She made racist remarks to Ngozi Fulani, founder and chief executive of London-based domestic abuse charity Sista Space. I was really disappointed to hear about the guest's experience. Racism has no place in our society. These comments were unacceptable, and it's right that the individual has stepped aside with immediate effect, the couple's spokesperson, Kate and William's spokesperson, said on Wednesday. William and Kate are currently in the United States, in Boston. The day before, Buckingham Palace had hosted an event led by Queen Consort Camilla Parker Bowles on the issue of violence against women. And Ms. Fulani attended, along with high-profile figures, including the Countess of Wessex, Queen Matilda of Belgium, Queen Reina of Jordan, Danish Crown Prince Mary, so forth and so on. While there, Fulani alleged Lady Susan Hussey interrogated her about her ethnic background and where she was really from, despite her explanation that, well, I was born in the United Kingdom and my nationality is British.
Well, yeah, but obviously you're from
But
somewhere
where are you
else.
really from?
Where do your people come from?
After the conversation came to light, a Buckingham Palace spokesman said the individual concerned would like to express her profound apologies for the hurt caused and has stepped aside from her honorary role with immediate effect. All members of the household are being reminded of diversity and inclusivity policies, which we are required to uphold at all times. Now, I like this little explanation of who Lady Hussey really is.
Yes.
I like that there is a Lady Hussey.
Lady Susan Hussey had been a lady-in-waiting to the late Queen Elizabeth II and was made Prince William's godmother in 1982. After the monarch's death, King Charles III kept her on as a lady of the household. According to Newsweek, she was one of palace aides put in charge of helping Meghan Markle prepare for royal life, and there are unconfirmed reports that she was against Meghan Markle marrying Prince Harry because, well, you know, where is she really from? Boner candidate number one, Lady Hussey has some questions about your ethnic background. Boner candidate number two, this is straightforward, straight ahead Fred Boner candidate. He didn't trust the banks with his money. Doctors have removed 187 coins from a man's stomach.
Wow.
After he attended hospital with stomach pain.
This is not the procedure Bill is having.
No, I don't swallow coins. No. The man from Lyngsford, India, swallowed dozens of coins of various denominations before being brought to hospital by his family. Doctors were shocked, I tell you, to find that he had swallowed over 1.5 kilograms of coins over 2 to 3 months, leaving him heavily bloated and vomiting. Pictures showed the hall scattered across a table, and there's a table just covered with coins that they recovered from this guy's stomach. X96.com/live. You
can see the X-ray there. And the coins are like shaping out his stomach in the X-ray. So it's like you can see the shape of a stomach.
And why did he do it? Well, he just didn't trust the banks with his money. That's what it was. Boner candidate number two. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three. Did you know that you and I are paying bounty money for dead coyotes?
What?
Boner candidate number three, coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
the Downtown Winter Market at the Gateway happens Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop for fresh produce, meats, and unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Jonah Hill has his name has been all over Hollywood since about, I think, 2007 when
quite a while.
Superbad came out. He's appeared in major movies like This Is the End, The Wolf of Wall Street, but fans might be surprised to learn that the actor has been using a stage name the entire time.
We all found out about it when his sister got famous.
Yeah. Hill is actually the Don't Look Up star's middle name. His full name is Jonah Hill Feldstein. And on November 29th, he filed to legally have his name changed to Jonah Hill.
Dropping the Feldstein.
Get rid of the Feldstein. According to court documents obtained by Today, the actor submitted a petition for change of name to Los Angeles court. A hearing to discuss his request to drop Feldstein has been set for January 23rd.
Well, it's easier to spell.
Amen.
He got the Feldstein surname from his father, Richard, who is a Hollywood business manager who's been advising stars like Kate Hudson and Paul Rudd and Adam Levine for almost 50 years. Although Hill decided to not use the famous Feldstein name, his sister Beanie has been using it. Now, she should petition to change her name, her first name.
Oh.
Beanie is not. It's a memorable name, I guess. So anyway, he's going to draw. And name change it's weird. It's usually just kind of a formality, but you have to go before a judge.
Yeah, you have to go.
And the judge says, "Why are you doing this?"
Because if not, you could try to duck out from bills you owe and things if it were that easy to just change your name.
I think you'd have to justify it to a judge. That's what seems weird. Joe Pesci is looking back at his time during filming of Home Alone 2, and he recalled getting serious burns in one of the most memorable scenes when his head is on fire.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "My head was really on fire."
Really?
He said, I experienced bumps, bruises, and general pains, but I was fortunate enough to have professional stuntmen do the really heavy stuff. But I did sustain some serious burns to the top of my head during the scene where they set my hat on fire.
Well, I hope you sued Joe Pesci, because Home Alone made $1 gazillion.
It doesn't say that he did or didn't, but I think maybe they gave him an extra part of the take, the box
Should
office.
have.
Rocky Anderson is saying he wants to be the mayor of Salt Lake City again. Since he left office in 2008, he said that the city, Utah's capital city, has descended into a ruinous state.
Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration.
But only he can fix it.
Only he can fix it.
In a transcript of prepared remarks delivered at a State Street salon Wednesday, Anderson officially announced his bid for a third term. Anderson said he has tried and failed to get Mayor Aaron Mendenhall and certain city council members to solve some of the city's problems. Because of their do-nothing attitude.
That's so not true.
Because of the mayor's lack of candor and accessibility, and because of the deterioration of our city resulting from an absence of effective leadership, I have determined that with the support of many conscientious people in the community, I'm running to once again serve as this city's mayor.
So I think he's specifically talking about the homeless problem.
And crime.
Mayor Mendenhall, along with Todd Weiler and a bunch of different local politicians, went to Miami recently. Now, why did they go to Miami?
A little vacation, get some sun, surfing.
Now, when you think of Miami, you think they probably have a really bad homeless and criminal problem there.
No, that's not what I think about when I think about Miami.
But they don't, though. They used to, and they have figured out a way to deal with it in a very effective way. So
they've been sending them to Georgia, haven't they?
So this delegation of state leaders and city council leaders and the mayor all went, and what they learned is all of these different agencies need to work together. What Rocky Anderson is not good at is working with the legislature and the city council. You have to have somebody in that position that has a good relationship with these people, and so they are willing to work together to fix
And any time a politician has come to you and said, only I can fix something, that immediately, thumbs up. Yeah. Right? No.
It's a pretty dramatic video, if you've seen it. A base jumper in Moab, those people who jump off cliffs with a parachute, was rescued Saturday, after an intense crash with a cliff. He jumps off about 400 feet in the air. A gust of wind blows him back into the cliff.
Ow.
knocks him out. He was unconscious.
Oh, really?
But his parachute caught on a rock outcropping.
I've seen this movie.
And he was 100 feet above the ground, dangling there.
Wow.
It was captured on video on somebody's phone. Hikers reported the jumper leaping from the 400-foot cliff before the crash, knocked him unconscious. He was dangling at a height of over 100 feet above the ground. The crash was one of 3 base jumping incidents that happened over the weekend. But this guy was rescued. It doesn't say exactly how they rescued. I assume they went from they got some ropes and stuff and went from the top of the peak that he jumped off of and went down and got him that way. Elon Musk.
Liar.
In a presentation showcasing the Neuralink implant that Musk hopes will someday connect the human brain to a computer. 2 monkeys were reportedly moving computer cursors with their brains. The feat was first documented by others in a human in 2006, with technology that is far more cumbersome than Musk has right now. That one moored patients to a computer with a cord, went from their an implant in their head to via cord. This was cordless. And this, as you say, isn't that creepy? What are they doing this for? Well, the thought is that you could use this to remobilize paralyzed parts of your body.
Cool.
There would be a way to do that.
Well, I'm sure that all the people who didn't get the vaccine because of the chip will line up for this.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, they'll be right
they're the
on
same.
it.
They're the same people. They're muskrats.
It's his Neuralink project. Is what it is. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Okay, well, respite from the snow today. It will be windy and quite warm. Could even get as close to 50 for a high today. And then late tonight, early tomorrow morning, another storm is expected to arrive, and it looks to be a doozy. Let's see. Rain changing over to snow overnight tomorrow night into Friday. 90% chance of snow with accumulations in the Salt Lake area. 80% chance that the snow will continue during the Friday morning commute. 1 to 2 inches expected to complicate travel, and the wind will continue to blow 17 to 23 miles per hour with gusts as high as 36 miles per hour. Now, if you're headed down to Vegas for the game, hazardous travel expected along I-15 Friday morning. Please leave for Vegas Thursday if you can. Roads might be cleared by 10 a.m. to noon Friday, but it could be risky. Saturday looks okay if you're headed back to Utah that day. All right. Traffic right now, we've got that incident up Mountain Green, I-84 westbound in Weber Canyon. I guess there's still some icy areas up there, and that's caused an accident and some slowdowns through there. Looks like, though, this side of the mountain range, everything's fine. I have no accidents to report. And unless you have something to report, you can do that via text at 33986. Smiles that light up a room, presents that are loved and cherished. This is a holiday gift from Lim Jewelers, local, personable, and custom in Midvale and at limjewelers.com.
Boner candidate number 3. Did you know that you and I, Utah taxpayers, are paying bounty money for dead coyotes? Many Utahns think of November as a time to cast ballots for political candidates, rake leaves, pick through leftover Halloween candy, and prepare to give thanks in front of the holiday season. This written by Brian Maffley in the Salt Lake Tribune. For some, it's a time to shoot as many coyotes as they can in a single day. Late fall marks the resumption of Utah's wildlife killing contests, where an unknown number of coyotes and other animals are shot by teams angling to take the largest haul of dead coyotes stacked in the bed of their pickup trucks by the end of the day.
Jeez.
Contest organizers frame these contests as a family-oriented public service, since they help remove a nuisance predator from the landscape, one blamed for declining deer populations and livestock losses. But wildlife advocates see these events as an abuse of the West's wildlife heritage and pointless celebration of cruelty and bloodlust. Quote, they are totally unethical, They accomplish no management goal. They are disruptive to the ecosystem. They cause lots of pain and suffering, and only for one thing, and that is the gratification of the participants, said Kirk Robinson, executive director of the Salt Lake City-based Western Wildlife Conservancy. They try to cover that up, oftentimes, by taking a portion of registration fees and giving it to a local charity. But contest organizers dispute that characterization. No matter what we say, it's not going to change anybody's mind. It's not going to open up anybody's eyes to anything, said Trent Wilson, who oversaw the second annual Castle Country Coyote Classic. There are a bunch of these around the state.
Yeah.
And some of them, not only do they hunt coyotes, but they also kill raccoons and whatever else they can get. Now, where does the money come in? Mm-hmm. Regardless of how Utahns feel about these contests, their tax dollars are indirectly supporting them. That's because a portion of the $50 bounties that the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources awards for dead coyotes are doled out for animals killed in the contests. So you got a truck bed full of dead coyotes, you're going to make some money there. $50 a coyote, and that's money that we're paying. That's tax money. Under state policy, the DWR can't support any predator killing contests or similar activities, so they shouldn't be paying bounty on these. But because coyotes are not protected, the contests remain legal, and so the DWR says if the contest is legal, then we'll pay the bounty. Boner candidate number 3. Did you know that you and I are paying bounty money for dead coyotes?
My name is Wile E. Coyote. Genius.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Lady Hussey has some questions about your ethnic background. Prince William and Kate Middleton releasing a statement following a racist incident perpetrated by Lady Hussey at Buckingham Palace. She asked a woman of color about her real ethnic background, even though the woman was from London.
Yeah,
was a British citizen.
I'm born here.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2, he didn't trust the banks with his money. That's why he had 187 coins in his stomach. And boner candidate number 3, did you know that you and I are paying bounty money for dead coyotes?
All right, let's get to voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, December 1, 2022. All right, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Katie will take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, December 1, 2022. And click and vote. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. You've only got 4 minutes, though, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. Vote.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Carrie walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
You know, because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Carrie, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well,
you just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious. You know, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is. And
what happened?
And, well, before the surgery, I went on a message board, and somebody was asking the question, you know, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but They remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's picture just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like biscotti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl of
biscotti. Well, they're very much like that. Yeah. You know, surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They
do. Delicious marinara sauce.
They do. That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me into surgery.
And you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at, you know, what's recovery like for this.
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3 days later."
There's that.
Why I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we should.
That's the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And the
Ooh.
And the uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
From 48's Let's Award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a Euro.
A Euro.
Yeah.
A gyro?
Yeah, a gyro.
Cold, flu, and COVID season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, vitamin C with zinc, and B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Call 385-383-6291.
Well, quite a battle here between boner candidate number one. Lady Hussey has some questions about your ethnic background.
Yeah.
Going up against number three, did you know that you and I are paying bounty money for dead coyotes? The guy not trusting the bank, 41 of you thought that was a good boner candidate.
Yeah.
But between number one and number two, there's a separation of 14 votes. Which one do you think won?
Well, I could see it right in front of me, so I can't guess.
Would you speculate?
Gina, one or three? What do you think?
I'm betting three.
Yep, you're right. By 14 votes, the coyote killing.
Although Raul Montemayor says that Lady Hussey would be a good rapper name.
It would.
But there you go. It's your boner of the day for today, December 1, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week. And Bill talking about euros just makes me want a euro.
I made a mistake, though.
With onion rings.
I got a euro that was...
Not a good euro?
Well, so So I'm tired. I get tired of ordering the same thing sometimes, and I see that they have a Philly cheesesteak gyro.
Ooh.
Well, then that's not really a.
Well, it comes in the wrapped up, the pita bread and it's filled with gyro meat and cheese and peppers.
And cheese and peppers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they combine the idea of both. That sounds like it could be good.
Because they used I don't know what kind of cheese. But if they had used Whiz...
Got to use the cheese Whiz.
It would have been okay.
For a true Philly, you got to use the cheese
But this was
Whiz.
a really dense, sticky cheese. And so and there was not enough meat.
Yeah.
So basically what I tasted was green peppers.
Oh.
And it was...
Green peppers should never be in anything.
Oh, now you hush. You sound like my father.
I like them. They're just fine.
They overpower. If green peppers are in something, that's all you taste is green peppers.
You have to know how to use them. You've apparently been around someone who's not judicious with their green peppers.
They are extremely overpowering flavor.
They're very strong. You know what's also very strong, and you don't think of it as being a strong flavor? Celery.
It's the same thing.
Celery is really... I love it in stuff, like you'll put, and even cooked, and it's there. It asserts itself.
I'm here.
And you think of celery as just being this kind of
it's a
bland
strong
thing.
It's a strong flavor.
It is. I like it.
Now I want a gyro today.
Oh, by the way, I sent your wife that biscuit pot pie recipe. She said she's made it already.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What is that? How involved is the biscuit pot pie?
Well, I sent it to you, Bill.
Oh, okay.
But Carrie's wife and I have this thing where I find recipes that, boy, if I cooked, I'd make this, but I don't, so I send it to her, and she makes it for Carrie. This doesn't make any sense at all.
How did you send it?
I emailed it to you. But this popped up in a story about what do I do with this leftover turkey? So it's
what do I do with all this paella?
But you can make it with like a rotisserie chicken too.
Oh, this looks great.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
you could even use the biscuits in a roll.
Yeah.
You don't have to actually make biscuits.
Yeah, there's a recipe for the biscuits, but they say if you just want to buy biscuits, you can do it. But it's onions, carrots, garlic, thyme, dry white wine, chicken stock.
All the good stuff for a pot
half
pie.
and half,
There you
frozen
go.
peas.
Yeah.
And then you put biscuits on top of it.
Looks good to me.
Delicious. I remember when she made this now.
Although my kids would go, there are peas in this.
And you don't have any leftover turkey, do you?
No.
I know you didn't even do turkey. Do you have leftover chicken?
No, we ate it all.
No, we don't. Because my wife wanted to make turkey ramen, and but we don't have any leftover turkey. So I'm going to go see if I can find today. She wants to make it tomorrow, and if you get a frozen turkey breast, you can't do that. But I think Harmon sometimes has
a cooked
fresh turkey breast.
Fresh turkey.
And I could roast it in an hour and a half or something. So it's easy to do.
And we still haven't had Thanksgiving dinner, so I'm going to
When is that scheduled?
I think it's Saturday.
So Saturday you're all going to the Olive Garden?
Yeah.
Is that when it is?
But if we have leftover turkey, then I'll pass this recipe to Joe, and he can make this as our leftovers for next week. So
there is still an Olive Garden around, isn't there?
There's a bunch of them.
Because that one that was right near us
that's closed.
That's been gone there for a while.
It's gone.
My Olive Garden is the Sugar House Olive Garden, the one.
I had no idea you had stock in it.
She does essentially.
Oh, you've eaten enough breadsticks, I'm sure.
She's invested.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
She's invested.
Olive Garden. I went once.
Sometimes it's just the right thing.
Remember, we used to gripe about the Olive Garden, and this one that was close to our studio. They started bringing us food.
Yeah.
Like every 2 or 3 days, they would bring us food and say, "Come on, just
give us a chance."
It wasn't.
Sometimes,
that bad.
in certain situations, it's just the right thing.
People joke about Olive Garden, don't they? I mean,
sure.
Like you'll hear comedians doing Olive Garden jokes and stuff because it's so ubiquitous.
That's why sometimes.
And so many people think of it as real Italian fine dining.
That's not what you go there for.
Well, but I'm saying many people think of it that way. Oh, yeah, I love Italian food. I go to Olive Garden.
It's its own thing.
Free breadsticks. Oh, this place just exudes class. Now, there restaurants like that are necessary because, well, I mean, I've had to use them occasionally when my dad and that woman that he married would come up and visit. There was no way I was going to take them to my favorite place because they wouldn't like anything at my favorite place. They would just sit and stare at the menu and go, oh. So you take them to, Cheesecake Factory, and they're.
I've told the story before. My grandparents, for 60th wedding anniversary, I said, I would like to take you out to dinner for your anniversary, and I will take you to any restaurant you want to go to. Now, this was up in Ogden, but I said, when I was living in Ogden, I said, we'll go to Salt Lake if you want, but anything in Ogden, there were a few good, they could have gone to the Timber Mine or places like that. And there was a place up in Ogden called Andy's Chuck Wagon, which was essentially Chuck-a-rama.
Yeah.
It was Chuck-a-rama. Andy's Chuck Wagon.
Yeah.
And they said, that's what we want to go to Andy's. But you go there all the time. Well,
that's what they wanted.
You take us to Andy's. My grandfather had a lot of money, but
one of the reasons he had a lot of money is because he
you sure wouldn't know it. As a matter of fact, when he said we sat down with our plates, and he said, "Don't order soda. Soda's extra."
So there's a reason he had money.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have not had any new incidents. Well, here's one. I'm sorry, I lied. Crash northbound I-15, 158 south in Salt Lake. And a crash northbound I-215 at milepost 20. Other than that, things are moving well. People want to chat about Olive Garden via text at 33986. If you see something, you can say something there. Whether you're looking for toys, games, rockets, robots, or telescopes and gift cards, the Planet Fun Store at Clark Planetarium has something unique for everyone on your holiday shopping list.
All right, we will take a break, KXRK Provo, and we'll be back with Victoria, the Real Housewives of Salt Lake report. She watches it so that we don't have to.
Thank you.
And Beat Gina coming up as well. Stand by for all of that.
Hi, I'm Todd Newton.
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How else did he end up
I went right to dead
What's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? That is a day of celebration.
Depends on where you find him.
Yeah.
If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were, I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of, they're plastic, but they're meant to be, you can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
That's
what I thought.
They're red. The nose is red, the shoes are red.
It seems to me they were, yeah.
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
Thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law: that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
if it was a law,
you
would
have
stay
to.
home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock. Authorities would come and knock on your door, dressed as clowns, and say,
Clown check.
"Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're going to clown jail."
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality, and that's why
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yes.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up,
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone.
Right.
And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could. You'd maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All right.
I think I'm gonna. You elect me. You elect me the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
that's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right,
no clowning around.
Oh.
All right,
that's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in. Gina.
Yeah, it's brought to you by You're a Bitch. No, you're a bitch.
What?
Huh?
You'll see.
Right. Oh, it's from the You're a Bitch store.
All right. Let's get Victoria on the line. There she is.
Hi, Victoria. Calling us from the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. This is the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update. Have at it.
All right, we are the basic bitch of Nevada, is what I like to say.
Okay.
Reno. Okay.
So this is episode 9. Oh my gosh, you guys, I had so much fun with this episode, and the bar has been set really low.
I say it's about time. You've been disappointed up till.
I have been so disappointed, and I'm going to give the credit to Jen Shaw, but anyway, we'll get to this. Some really fun drama happened, and so again, we're episode 9. which is called Not a Yacht of Fun, which we don't really get the yacht till the last part of the episode.
Got it.
And then our restaurant watch is Beaumont Bakery and Cafe, which looked really good. And Heather said it was her favorite bakery.
Where is that?
It's by my house. It's all right. Yeah.
Okay.
It looked good. Okay, so here's literally what happened. The episode opens with Jen putting in her contacts. This is literally what happens. And then production gives us a flashback to her arrest. So we get a lot of drama about Jen thinking about her impending trial that's coming. Because then we get a little note at the bottom of the screen reminding us that, or letting us know that this episode takes place 3 months before her trial is scheduled.
Okay.
And then Heather, Angie H., and Dana go to lunch, and Angie H. finds out that she's not invited to this girls' trip where they're going to go to San Diego, but Dana is invited. So remember, Angie H., Dana, and Angie K. are not actually cast members.
Yeah.
But Angie K. and Dana are going on this trip, and Angie H. is not. So if you look on my social media, I took some pictures of what I think Angie's face is, really showing that she's like, I'm not going to be a cast member. We get Meredith and Jen getting ready for the trip. We get a lot of, this is a classic Housewives montage of, we get each wife packing and getting ready for her trip.
How exciting.
And then she's talking, yes, and they talk to their husbands while they're doing it. So,
even better.
We do get to see that Lisa's going to take 3 suitcases with her, plus a suitcase for her shoes for a 3-day trip to San Diego.
Yeah, well.
So that's how a housewife packs.
Yeah.
Let me jump to where actually the real fun drama is, which is when Jen, so they're in San Diego, and they're in a house. I'm going to guess they're renting it or just like kind of like for a vacation. I don't think anyone owns this house. And so they get to the house, and Angie K., so remember, Angie K. is a friend. She's actually the one leading everybody to the house. She's not an official cast member. Okay. And she and Jen plan this trip together. Okay. And Angie K. Is the one taking the lead. She's like, okay, you're going to go in this room, and you're going to go in this room. And Jen is very, very, very irritated because she thinks it's her trip, and she's the hostess, and so she should be leading everybody to the house.
Yeah.
So they're standing around in the kitchen, and Jen decides to pour a glass of champagne on Angie K's head because she's mad at her.
Well, it's an important issue. Who gets to lead everybody to the house?
It's very important. Yeah. And all the women just stare. Nobody says anything. Nobody says, like, Jen, you shouldn't do that.
The rest of them don't want to get champagne on their hair.
Yeah, exactly.
No. And then Jen tries to say, I'm just trying to be funny, because Angie K. looks at her and says, like, what? And so then Jen then takes her glass of champagne and pours it on her head.
On her own head.
And tries to make it that it's just a joke.
See?
And Angie K is very upset. So then all the women go to their respective rooms and start unpacking. And so they're talking about what just happened in the kitchen.
I would just say to Jen Shaw, those jokes will not go over well with your cellmate. Okay?
No.
Yeah, when did those jokes start showing up?
No. So then they have this awkward ride. So then they're going to go to dinner. I guess they're going to go to a yacht and have dinner. We don't actually get to the dinner yet, but they're in a Sprinter van on their way to the dock. And so now there's this tension between what just happened between Jen Shaw and Angie K. And they're supposed to be really good friends. And so Angie K. confronts Jen Shaw about the champagne being poured on her head. And then it turns into this whole other fight because apparently Angie K. says she paid for Coach Shaw's birthday, and that Jen Shaw never paid her back. And what we get is flashback footage to Angie K. showing her house and offering, I will host Coach Shaw's birthday for you. So then this argument turns into Angie K. calling out Jen Shaw for not paying her back for Coach's birthday.
Wow.
And Angie K. says, you never said thank you. And so they're yelling. She's yelling at her. And Jen Shaw very quietly says, thank you for hosting Coach Shaw's birthday. And Angie K. says, it's too late. And then this is where we get the, you're a bitch. No, you're a bitch. And so then they just start arguing.
So this is actually practice for conversation with her cellmate.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yes, and when she's in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
So this is what I really like about this week's episode is what I refer to as wish fulfillment. So I think that one of the reasons for those of us that like watching, is we get a little bit of you get a little bit of envy, right, of like what they're doing. And I would say in general for Real Housewives of Salt Lake, we don't get a lot of that. I don't get a lot of
I guess that is the point of the shows, isn't it? So that you look at the lifestyles of these women and go, gosh, I wish I could do that.
Totally, and then judge them at the same time because they're horrible people.
They are.
And so what we get with us is this trip to San Diego, because this house that they're staying in is gorgeous. It's the pool. It's got new finishes. It looks like it's brand new. It's got this gorgeous pool and these cabanas. And I'm looking at this house thinking, I wish I was there. And I actually wouldn't mind Jen Shaw pouring champagne on my head if I was in this house. And we just haven't been getting that. So it's really nice to see that with these women. The confessionals here are really funny. And then, like I said, I really like this fight because I do think Jen Shaw is genuinely upset about being displaced as the hostess, and I think this argument between her and Angie K is real, where we've talked about the fights so far have been I felt very staged and forced.
But there was a Utah word of the day, apparently.
Oh, yes. Oh, and leave it to Whitney. Whitney is our Utah word of the day girl. So the word of the day that we got from this episode was gel cell. Gel cell.
Gel cell.
Gel cell.
Yeah.
And so she says there is a big possibility that she will be spending the next couple of years in a 6 by 9 foot gel cell.
Yeah.
So thank you, Whitney.
Yes, thanks.
And then our quotes of the week are, it's either ride or die loyalty or I will burn you alive.
Ooh.
And this is Heather talking about her relationship with Jen Shaw.
Wow.
This is what it's like to be friends with Jen Shaw. She's either ride or die or she will burn you alive. And then from Whitney, we get, it's kind of like when my dogs mark their territory, but she's peeing on her head with a bottle of Veuve, which is the champagne.
The champagne, yeah.
And that's about Jen pouring the champagne on Angie K's head. And then this is from Angie K. I spent $15,000 on Coach's birthday.
Wow.
I could have bought my daughter a horse with the amount of money I spent, which I did. And production gives us a picture of the horse that Angie K bought for her daughter. These people are horrible.
They're the worst.
It sounds to me like Jen Shaw, now that I'm thinking about it, is actually going to be she'll be okay in prison. She'll
handle herself.
She'll be
just
one of the
fine.
big bosses.
Yeah.
She'll be one of the big bosses of the block. I'll bet.
I totally agree, and it's too bad we can't get that show, because I do say, like, a lot of this fun that came out of this episode was because of Jen Shaw being just her crazy self, and also in this argument that we get with how much Angie K spent on Coach's birthday.
Yeah.
Jen brings up how much she spent on Meredith's birthday, because the very first episode of the very first season, she threw a birthday party for Meredith, and she says she spent $80,000 on Meredith's birthday party.
All right, well, we've got to go, Victoria.
What's our drinking game?
Okay, our drinking game is champagne wishes and caviar dreams. So I recommend you get a bottle of Veuve, and you take a drink each time someone says Jen. If there's anything left in your bottle by the end of the episode, you did it wrong, and you need to pour the rest of it on your head.
Okay. So social media, where do we find you?
Follow me on Instagram at Judgy Empath, Twitter at The Judgy Empath, and listen to my podcast, Couples Who Bravo Together.
There you go.
See you later, Victoria.
Thank you,
All right,
Victoria.
thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yesterday I cried.
Traffic, Gina.
Well, we have a crash northbound I-15, 158 south. It's off to the left shoulder. And northbound I-215 west at milepost 20. And that's about it. If you're seeing something out there friends of the program need to know about, please text us if it's safe for you to text 33986.
All right. Beat Gina is the name of the game. Beat Gina. You could win a fabulous prize if you can beat Gina at Shrek Trivia.
We have tickets to see Muse and Evanescence April 20th at Vivint Arena.
Very easy Shrek trivia for you. If you can beat Gina, you will win those Evanescence tickets. 877-602-9696. Call in, line up, get ready to play. Beat Gina. Then, of course, we'll have some news for you and a bunch of other stuff on the way. Frank Christ Presents is coming up as well, about 45 minutes. We need to talk to him about Christine McVie.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Well,
anyway. All right, yeah. 877-602-9696 to play Beat Gina. Go ahead. Wendy's for breakfast. Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks, better than your mom's. Yes, we're just going to go ahead and say it. Not going to kid around anymore. They're better than your mom's. They are at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only. Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks are so good, I'm saying it. They're better than your mom's. Well, certainly my mom's. They figured it out. Perfectly crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside. My mom always managed to do perfectly soggy on both sides. But anyway, they figured it out at Wendy's. Perfectly perfect in every way. They're portable. That's why they're in a stick form, so you can just dip them right in that little cup of syrup there. Just delicious. You're going to love it. The French toast stick, the bar has been raised for breakfast and been replaced by a stick, a French toast stick. So choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks today, and I think you'll agree with me that they're better than your mom's.
Well, you came through, everybody. We got a flood of best questions, and don't worry, we're going to hang on to those. And perhaps if we don't read yours today, yours will get read on a different Friday when we do best question of the week. Keep them coming. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Katie, what is our best question today?
Today comes from Missy Parrish. It says, "What cartoon character would you see yourself married to? In this situation, they're all single."
Cartoon character. Well, Jane Jetson. Jetson.
Now you notice in our last break we said even stupid questions, and I think that we picked the dumbest one. But
now, Bill, Jane Jetson, when I think of Jane Jetson, I remember the part in the opening of the Jetsons where she's asking her husband for money, and he pulls out his wallet and takes a couple bucks out, and then she grabs the whole wallet and just leaves him. That's you. You want to be married to that woman?
Wow. Yeah, that's some consequences here, Bill.
Yeah, Gina, because she's just like all women, you know.
They just want money.
Jane, if I could be married to Jane and Judy at the same time.
Wait a minute. Now, mother-daughter?
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's weird.
You went weird, Bill.
Well, and I also like Betty Rubble. I also kind of always like Betty Rubble.
Yeah, there was an
Barney's
appeal to
wife.
Betty.
But she and Barney, I wouldn't want to break up that relationship.
That they do have a good relationship, you have to admit.
So,
Gina?
but Jane Jetson.
All right.
Woody
Woodpecker?
No, Woody from Toy Story.
Why Woody?
Why
Woody?
Because he takes care of everything.
But there's a snake in his boot.
He takes care of everything. He's looking out for everybody, and he
tries to please everybody, Gina, and that never works.
Everybody looks to Woody to make everything better, and he's the moral compass of whatever group he's in.
Now,
everybody.
Could we consider him a cartoon character specifically? I mean,
he's animated.
Yeah, but he's like a what do you call that kind of animation?
It's a computer animation, so you have to decide whether you're a purist or not.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna go down that.
Are you an inkist?
No, I guess I'm not an inkist. It's Woody for me.
Really?
He can ride a horse. He's a gentleman.
Yeah.
Okay. I will go with the absolute sexiest cartoon character, Velma from Scooby-Doo. She's...
Yeah?
Yeah. She's smart.
No, she's hot. She's hot. Well, she's very smart, too. Yes, that's true, but she's hot. I think it's the sweater. The base answer would be Jessica Rabbit, obviously.
Yeah, but
do you want to be married to Jessica Rabbit?
I
She
think
seems
that would,
like trouble.
She does seem like a trouble magnet. And also, think about it.
She was an alcoholic, I think.
Think about it. She has sex with rabbits. Okay? Think about that.
Yeah, you don't want
I don't think you want to be married to her. You might. That's a fun weekend. You don't want to be married to Jessica Rabbit.
That's a weekend in Toontown right there. There you go.
That's a weekend in Toontown.
And then you walk away, you rub the ink off of your self, and and pretend it never happened, and then just have fond memories when you're old. You know, you look up and you say, "Grandpa, what are you smiling at about?" And he'll just go, none of your damn business.
You don't need to know.
You want to tell me about her? No, I don't.
Nope. Of course, there's Betty
this
and
is
Veronica.
true.
Betty
sorry.
and Veronica from
Betty and Veronica from Archie Comics. Which do you choose, though, is the question.
It's just they go together. Betty and Veronica.
Bill keeps angling for two.
Well,
so you keep doing this plural.
You know, I was born and raised in Utah.
That's true. Your last name is Allred.
Your polygamist roots are showing, Bill.
Yep.
You're a cartoon polygamist.
If you have to choose, you have to decide. I mean, Betty would be loyal to you for life and would love you forever. However, with Veronica, you got Daddy's money there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go with Veronica then. If I had to make a choice, I'd go with the money.
And you're not wrong, Texter. I didn't even dawn on me why I was so attracted to Woody.
Why's that?
Because he's voiced by Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
He is.
That's part of it.
Let's see. Someone is saying Luann from King of the Hill. I don't know. She also seems like she's more trouble.
Yeah.
Race Bannon from Johnny Quest.
Sure.
Mike Pence.
Here's the thing about Race Bannon. Is his solution to everything is to throw a barrel at it. You know, it's
it works some of the time, not all the time.
Let me throw a barrel at it. All right. Let's see. People are agreeing with me on Velma. It's the sweater and the glasses combo. Let's see. Clearly, the answer is Lola Bunny from Space Jam.
Oh.
I just found an article. It's 15 cartoon characters we secretly fancied, female cartoon characters. Here, Betty Rubble, Penelope Pitstop.
Oh, yes, I remember Penelope Pitstop from the Wacky Races.
Yeah, Daphne from Scooby-Doo.
See, everyone went after Daphne because she, she was the tall, pretty one, but Velma was really the hot.
Oh, the cartoon Wonder Woman is pretty hot.
Yeah, she's all right. Yeah.
Chitara. I don't know who Chitara is.
Chitara from Thundercats.
Oh yeah. Well, there you go.
Pretty,
I see her
pretty
now.
hot too. Yeah.
There are no men in this one. I'm sorry, Gina.
Okay, sorry.
Now Ariel the mermaid, she seems a bit young.
Yeah, I think she was.
But I mean, in the original story, she wasn't. The Little Mermaid. But then there's this villainous evil Lynn from He-Man.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. She seems like a lot of trouble.
Betty Rubble, Betty Boop.
Yeah.
She's got that kind of misshapen head, though.
Could be a problem, yeah.
Sort of odd. Let's see, Catwoman, She-Ra, Princess, Battle of the Planets, the princess from Battle of the Planets.
Yes, oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Princess, yeah.
April O'Neil, Jasmine from Aladdin, and there you go.
She was on my list as well. But really, the proper answer is Lana Kane from Archer.
Why is that?
Not only incredibly hot, but incredibly smart, and would take care of everything.
Okay.
And would protect you, and would just be great. Lana Kane from Archer.
Okay.
Just don't piss her off. All right. No, Betty Boop's head is not a tumor. Texter.
That's kind of weird.
Come on, that's not a tumor
head.
This is going to make me want to pull out my copy of Roger Rabbit and watch it this weekend. All right.
If you have a best question, send it to us. You see how that went? That could be you. Your question being answered. Radio from Hell at x96.com.
We were hoping that you would forget that Beat Gina is about to happen. But I see that many of you did not forget and have left the room. But those of you who remain, it's too late. The doors are now locked, and it's time for Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, and Beat Gina is brought to you by Post Bran Flakes. Mother, next time you're choosing a cereal, remember, new Post Bran Flakes gives your family all the important keep regular benefits of bran in a cereal with the delicious new magic oven flavor. Insist on Post Bran Flakes, the cereal preferred and eaten by far more people than any other bran flakes. They're wonderful for breakfast, lunch, or in-between meals, so get Post Bran Flakes this weekend. They're good, and so good for you. And now, a man who's good and so good for you, Carrie Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Well, Gina, the randomizer has chosen a contestant.
All right.
Alex is who you'll be playing against.
Hi, Alex.
Hello, Alex. Are you there?
Hello.
All right, Alex, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game, so you call it heads or tails.
I'm going to go with heads.
All right, coin toss app says tails.
Oh, Alex, I'm sorry. You're one step further away from winning these tickets to see Muse and Evanescence on April 20th at Vivint Arena.
Gina, I'll remind you, that's what you said to yesterday's winner.
I know.
It's true. But that's if you beat Gina. Now, Alex, if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Carry donation to the road home.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Just
thank
to
you,
see-
Alex.
You know, very easy to do that, Alex. You can just go to x96.com. There's a big red donate button right there.
Yep, you can do it all online. All right. So Gina won the first question, and so this question is for her to answer exclusively, Alex. It's multiple choice. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, I will allow you to answer it correctly and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth until one of you get 3 points. Gina.
Yes.
Shrek trivia, because Andrew Adamson, the director of Shrek's birthday today.
All right.
In the beginning scenes of Shrek,
Okay.
what does Shrek put in his drink? Is it 1, iocane powder, 2, an eyeball, 3, 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheets of high-power blotter acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, and a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, also a quart of tequila, a quart of rum, a case of Budweiser, a pint of raw ether, and 2 dozen amyls.
Aye.
Or 4, a couple of dashes of dandelion and burdock bitters.
I believe eyeball is
Eyeball
the
is
answer.
correct.
That's a point for Gina Barberry. Now, Alex, your turn.
Alex, in Shrek 2, who does Prince Charming find sleeping in the bed instead of Princess Fiona? Is it 1, It's-a me, Mario? 2, Pete Davidson? 3, Gingerbread Man? Or 4, the Big Bad Wolf?
As appropriate as Pete Davidson would be, I believe it is for the wolf.
Big Bad Wolf.
Nicely done, Alex. You've tied the game. Now we turn to La Barberry.
Gina?
Yes.
In Shrek, what does Shrek use to make his candle for dinner? Is it 1, blueberry waffle scentsy wax melts? 2, it's a trick question. He buys Yankee candles. The actual scent is Mantown.
Mantown.
That's an actual scent.
Is it really?
Mantown, yes.
Yes.
Number 3, earwax. Or 4, first we have to render the fat. The salt balance has to be just right. The best fat comes from humans. A liposuction clinic, richest, creamiest fat in the world.
As fun as number 4 is, I believe it's earwax.
It is earwax.
All right. That's 2 for Gina. Alex, you can tie it up here.
All right, Alex. In Shrek.
Ready.
In Shrek, what is the bad smell that lets Shrek and Donkey know that they are close to the castle? What is the bad smell? Is it 1, Lord Farquaad's cologne? Is it number 2, Yankee candles, Mantown scent? Yeah. 3, burnt toast. Oh, wait, Shrek is having a stroke. Or 4, brimstone.
I believe it is number 1.
Lord Farquaad's cologne?
No. Gina, You could win the game with this guess.
Is it number 4?
Brimstone is correct.
Gina wins the game.
Win the game.
I'm sorry, Alex. Very sorry. I know your manhood is now at a low heat level, but perhaps Gina could lift you up.
I will lift you up and send you to Vivint Arena on April 20th to see Muse and Evanescence. How about that, Alex?
Oh, thank you for saving my manhood.
Oh, that's why I'm here.
All right, Alex, hang on the line, and a very nice person will come on and tell you how you can get your tickets. Goodbye.
All right.
I got to go, and I've got to put the ram in a Ram-a-Lama ding-dong.
Oh, good job. All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by
the Sundance Film Festival is coming to Utah January 19th through the 29th with online screenings January 24th through the 29th. Visit festival.sundance.org for tickets and special offers exclusively for Utahns.
I fully expect that one day Carrie, Bill, and Gina will be named People Magazine's People of the Year. Will be in the magazine, but not this time.
Who is it?
Matthew McConaughey, Mila Kunis, Jennifer Hudson, and Abbott Elementary creator and star Quinta Brunson.
Okay.
The magazine unveiled its annual list yesterday, with editor-in-chief Wendy Noggle explaining this year's honorees were selected because of their efforts to help others. McConaughey was chosen for his advocacy efforts after the Uvalde school shooting.
Oh, okay.
That's his hometown.
I was trying to figure out why he was on that list.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Mila Kunis, lauded for her fundraising efforts for Ukraine.
Yeah.
She raised $37 million. She was born in Ukraine. Hudson and Brunson were honored for their on-screen work. Hudson, who launched a daytime talk show this year, was cited for her efforts to create an inclusive show where everyone felt welcome. And Brunson's Abbott Elementary, a critical hit that turned her into an Emmy winner, was praised as a show that brought many people joy and showed different generations can work well together. So there you go. My gosh, this is just bizarre.
What?
Sheer panic was how she described it. Kathy and Bobby Ray Stark were married for 35 years. They lived in Cumberland City. And for the last 7 years, she had to take care of him. He'd had multiple strokes, and he was not in good shape. Mm-hmm. And Bobby took a turn for the worse and needed to go to the hospital. After being transported to multiple places, he eventually ended up at TriStar Centennial in Nashville, Tennessee. There on Thanksgiving night, Kathy said his heart stopped. When doctors went to shock him, something weird and terrible happened. The oxygen tank exploded.
Oh, wow.
It just went to pieces, she said. She believes that a spark from the defibrillator somehow caught the oxygen on fire. They were all over that room. They were like 10 or 12 people, and it just blew up, and they started patting him down, and I saw his hand, and it was on fire.
Wow.
And I was saying, put him out, put him out. Bobby Ray was taken to the burn unit at TriStar, and he died from the burns.
So not anything to do with the original problems.
Well, she was in the room and witnessed her husband catch fire.
Wow.
Isn't that bizarre? Speaking of Matthew McConaughey and Uvalde, survivors of that mass shooting at Robb Elementary School have filed a $27 billion class action lawsuit against multiple law enforcement agencies in Texas. The lawsuit filed in federal court in Austin, names the city of Austin, names the city, the Uvalde. I think it means that named. It was filed in Austin, but it means the city of Uvalde. Mm-hmm. Names the city, Uvalde, I believe. The Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, the school district's police department, the Uvalde Police Department, two separate entities, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and a number of people who are members or former members of the agencies listed as defendants. The plaintiffs include parents and teachers and school staff members who were at the school May 24th when 19 students and 2 teachers were gunned down in adjoining classrooms just a few days before school was to be let out for the summer. A total of 376 law enforcement officers from multiple agencies responded to the massacre, the second deadliest shooting on record in the United States. But they waited 77 minutes after the shooter entered 2 adjoining classrooms before finally storming in and killing the gunman. And in that 77 minutes, he continued to kill people.
Yeah. Somebody should be responsible for that.
Yes.
Or some entity should be responsible.
$27 billion. The U.S. House has resoundingly approved legislation that would avert a nationwide rail strike by imposing a labor agreement between rail companies and their workers as lawmakers rush to shield the economy from the threat of a holiday season work stoppage that would disrupt shipping across the country. And believe me, if all those union workers that work for the railroads went on strike, we'd feel it.
Yeah.
All kinds of goods move that way.
And then, not to mention, the passenger train service is very important on the East Coast, particularly. But the bill faced a rocky path in the Senate. Republicans were resisting the idea of injecting the government into contract negotiations, and leaders in both parties were scrounging for the votes they would need to get it to the president's desk. Acting quickly the day after, Biden made a personal appeal to the union to approve a measure that would force the rail companies and employees to abide by a tentative agreement that the Biden administration had helped broker earlier this year, which increased pay, set more flexible schedules for workers. They're also thinking of striking because they don't get paid.
They don't get paid days off.
Paid health or sick days.
Yeah, sick days.
A lot of them.
And that's the real, stopping point in this whole negotiation.
Seems like a reasonable request.
They want 7 days of paid sick leave, and which is not unreasonable. Robert Reich broke it down, and he said that it would cost the railroad just millions of dollars to do that. But if you look at their profits, it's in the billions of dollars.
Multiple unions have balked at the tentative agreement because of the paucity, the lack of, paid family or medical leave. It includes 1 additional compensated day of personal leave. With the passage of the bill, the House took the first step to compel all 12 unions involved to accept the deal anyway. Donald Trump's tax returns are now in the hands of the House committee.
Yay!
The Ways and Means Committee. They have 6 years' worth of Donald Trump's federal tax returns that they can look over, ending a years-long pursuit by Democrats to dig into the former president's personal finances. And I don't know what's going to happen from this point. The committee is led by Democrats right now, but that'll
they're
change.
just out to get them.
That'll change, but that doesn't mean that they won't get a lot of information between now and January 1st. So, farts say more about your health than you think. That's what scientists are saying. No, I'm not going to read that. I'm skipping that story. I just read the first line.
Bad,
I just read the first line. Well, you don't want to hear about diarrhea.
No, I don't.
No. Let's talk about the Olive Garden instead.
No.
For years, the Olive Garden slogan was, "When you're here," what is it, Gina?
Your family.
Your
Certainly
family.
not.
The chain got rid of that motto in 2012, and for good reason. When you go to a chain Italian restaurant, you want to be treated like a restaurant guest, not like a son-in-law whose mother-in-law is always wary of his wine consumption. But now, a decade later, Olive Garden has finally come up with a better way to bring families together.
Okay.
And it's more awkward than having your server treat you like an uncle. For the first time ever, the chain is unleashing matching holiday pajama sets so that everybody can gather around the Christmas tree while showing off their love of breadsticks. The onesie pajamas, which will be available at olivegarden.com, are described by Olive Garden
at Olive Garden?
olivegarden.com as both cozy and hooded, covered in a print showing the brand's most iconic offerings, which includes pasta, after-dinner mints, and, of course, plenty of soup, salad, and breadsticks.
Kids always fight over the mints.
They fight over the mints?
Yeah, they like
There's a whole bowl of them.
Yeah.
There's a whole damn bowl of them.
No.
Sports weather traffic.
You guys won't care about this, but it's a big deal. It was originally expected that college football playoffs expansion to 12 teams wouldn't occur until 2026. According to multiple reports, however, the Rose Bowl has amended its current contract, paving the way for a 12-team playoff beginning in the 2024 season. So right now, there are just 4 teams in the playoff. They're expanding it to 12.
What do you mean I wouldn't care about that? That's great news.
No, you don't care about it.
No, sir. I didn't like it.
So if the Utes win, I think I have this right. It's so confusing. If the Utes win the Pac-12 championship this weekend, they will go to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's for sure.
All right.
Because traditionally, that's who goes is Pac-12 championship.
And we'd like that.
That would
right?
be great.
That would be a good thing.
Now with Rose Bowl moving to this championship, the chances of that happening are not as likely.
Is that this year, though? They're doing it now? They're moving...
They'll move it 2024 is when they will do it. Let's see. The Jazz, they won last night. They beat the Clippers. They play again tomorrow. In the NFL, it's Bills and the Patriots. That's at 6:15 tonight. And if you are headed down to see that game, I'm just going to dovetail into weather here. Hazardous travels expected along I-15 Friday morning. Please leave for Vegas today if you can. Roads might be cleared by 10 a.m. to noon Friday, but it could be risky.
Yeah.
Saturday will be okay as you head back to you.
Tomorrow morning is going to be a strange drive. Yes.
Yeah, overnight tonight into tomorrow we're going to get snow. Now today's going to be warm. Could be close to 50 for a high today, and it will be windy because that storm is blowing in. It'll start out as rain because it will be warm, and then change over to snow. That's when we have the bad commute in the morning is when that happens. So be prepared for that. What's happening right now in traffic? Well, as far as weather goes, is certainly a lot better than we had 2 days ago or we'll have tomorrow. Looks like we don't have any accidents right now. I'm looking at the UDOT website. Seems like everything's clear and moving well. And you haven't sent anything in via text, but if you do see something, please send it to us, 33986. Whether you're looking for toys and games, rockets and robots, or telescopes and gift cards, the Planet Fun store at Clark Planetarium has something unique for everyone on your holiday shopping list.
All right. Thank you very much. Winds blowed so hard last night. The leaves were still on my tree yesterday. None of the leaves are on the trees now.
Now they're off.
All in my yard, and now we're going to get snowed on, and it's going to be a mess. Anyway, 8:42, we will take a break. We will be back. Don't forget Frank Christ Presents coming up just after 9 o'clock. Stand by.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny? Huh? I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, you know, I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we was talking about the election, and like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway, and I said,
how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote?
And
they have something called an absentee ballot, and they vote by way of the Postal Service. And I said, oh, I vote that way too right here in my home state. I do a melon ballot, and man, everybody just stopped and stared at me.
What? I don't get it. What was wrong with that?
Well, then one of them said, real smart aleck kind of guy, puts down his cards and says, a melon ballot? You got a cantaloupe running for governor?
Huh?
Honeydew running for mayor? How many melons are office holders here in Utah, he says.
Well, why would he say that? I mean, you was talking about sending in your vote through the mail, not voting for melons.
Right. I said I sent my melon ballot, not a ballot to vote for a melon. There's a big difference between a melon ballot and a melon ballot, I would say.
Well, exactly. Besides, what kind of idiot would vote for a cantaloupe?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Do 8:47 right now.
We're gearing up for our Road Home fundraiser, annual Road Home fundraiser, which is December
19th and 20th.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we'll be doing 2 shows, live shows from the Midvale shelter. And I want you to get ready for that. We need lots of help.
Well, we've already geared up for it in that we started our Road to the Road Home yesterday. We were in American Fork at Ken Garff Chevrolet. Next Wednesday, we will be at Jerry Seiner Chevrolet, 1530 South 5th West in Salt Lake. So we split up the counties. And for some reason, this is just the way Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers likes to do it. Some years we go to Weber County and some years we go to Davis County. This year it's Davis County.
Yeah, we'll be at Young Chevrolet. And that's next Wednesday. But just be thinking, you can go donate money right now on our website. Just go to x96.com. And I think the first banner is always there is the Road Home.
Donate here.
Click on there, yeah. And then it comes up with a big red button that says donate here. And does it, I haven't clicked on it. Does it make you, does it ask you or does it automatically tell whoever's collecting the money that it's from X96?
I think you have to select it.
Yeah, so I remember that. It'll give you a list of radio stations.
It says designation, choose a station, and it's got TV stations and radio stations.
We're second on that list.
Yeah, so just make sure you give us credit if you would.
It's a competition.
It's, we're just fiercely competitive, and it gives us great joy to beat everybody else.
Now, one of the options is, I love all the stations. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Don't.
You can't tell me that.
I think they should take that option.
I love all the stations.
I'm gonna argue that they should take that off next year.
It's like when Grandma Fern used to have all the grandkids come over and spend the night, and we liked to play beauty pageant. And we would go through the whole thing. I'm Miss USA, I'm Miss Italy, or whatever. And we'd do the whole thing, and Grandma was the judge. And at the end of it, we're like, okay, Grandma, who won the beauty pageant? And she said, you're all beautiful. And we would get so mad.
Yes.
Like, no, Grandma, you have to pick someone to win.
You got to pick Gina because you know it's me.
You know
so
it's
just
me.
pick.
Oh, you're all beautiful. No, Grandma, we need a winner.
So the road home needs your help. And, I drive on Beck Street a lot and Victory Road.
Oh,
going down the hill, Victory Road. And there's like some homeless encampments along Victory Road that goes down to Beck Street. And it's so cold out there. But I was coming back from Logan and driving along there, and there were people there, and they had tables set up, and you could tell they were feeding the people that were there. That's just great, and it's beyond what anybody should ever have to do.
So we have a text here, and I think we need to clear this up. They say, boo, I've been saving up all year for you to go to Ogden and donate, and you're not coming to Ogden. All Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers are drop-off locations, including, and we've done our show there multiple times, John Watson Chevrolet on Wall Avenue.
I know, they just want to see us, though.
But we're not going there this year, but John Watson is accepting donations, so please, whatever you've been gathering up, take
Let's
it
get
there.
some pictures of us and take them up to John Watson and set them up in the dealership there, and you can on the truck. We'll put them on the truck that they put their stuff in, so you can at least see a picture of us. That'd be okay, wouldn't it?
Someone's going to steal it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or draw on it. That's usually what people do.
What it is.
You stick it. No, you stick it on the window on the inside, and then make sure the truck's locked.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so that's
it's like we're in the truck.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
But anyway, just be thinking about coming to see us next Wednesday at Jerry Seiner Chevrolet here in Salt Lake County.
And there is, if you go to x96.com, like we were saying, you can donate online there. And there's also a list of all the different Rocky Mountain Chevy dealerships that are all accepting donations, because there's going to be one close to you. There are Tooele, Park City, Spanish Fork, Layton, Salt Lake, Murray, Ogden, Woods Cross.
All the way down to Spanish Fork up to Ogden. It's, there's a location near you, and you can take your physical donations there and throw them in the back of one of those great big pickup trucks that they got there. Your physical donations include your hats, coats, shoes.
Oh, I learned something new yesterday with our, which makes total sense. But some of the things they're looking for: phone chargers.
That was interesting to learn.
Yeah,
yes,
makes sense. And bike locks.
Bike locks.
Those were the two new things I had this year.
New unwrapped toys, if you like, and they'll put those in the candy cane corner. And then the parents of the, people who are homeless, they have kids. That's the horrible thing. Kids are in shelter with their families. And so for Christmas, the parents get to go to the candy cane corner and pick out toys and things for their kids and wrap them. And gift cards are good for gifts as well for like adolescents, teenagers.
But new unwrapped toys. I mean, if you're at the grocery store this weekend, swing by the toy aisle. Hot Wheels cars are still $1. You can pick up 10 of them. Get a bunch of stuff, bag of socks, whatever it may be. But new unwrapped toys are important for the kids.
Hygiene items.
Hygiene items are very important.
Feminine hygiene products are.
I always bring some of those because they are. Because I don't have to buy them anymore, thanks hysterectomy. So I'm happy to buy them for somebody else. And
well, didn't you have a big stockpile of them in your garage?
I did, actually. I had.
What
am I going to do with all these?
In Gina's 72-hour kit, it was mostly feminine hygiene.
Well, you
products.
never know what time of the month an emergency is going to happen.
That's true.
The flip-flops.
For shower shoes.
That was interesting to me. I didn't even think about that. Flip-flops for showers.
It's because in the big shelters, you are using a communal shower, and you don't want to be walking around in your bare feet.
Go take a look. Money is really the best thing to do. I mean, we love to see you, and we love to see those trucks filled up with stuff, but money is really the best thing. Because the road home has resources that we don't have. They have connections that we don't have, and they can send that money in the direction that needs to be sent.
They have to pay the light bill and the heating bills.
Yep. So x96.com is where you can go to make your donation, and we thank you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, looks like things are pretty good. I just have one incident to tell you about. Crash northbound I-15 milepost 334 at Center Street in Clearfield. It's off to the left shoulder. That's about it. You haven't sent anything in via text, so enjoy your commute today because tomorrow is going to be another messy day, I'm afraid. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Here's a texter, John Harris, who says, hey, there's a Burlington coat factory by that John Watson Chevrolet.
Ah.
So you can just make it easy to get new coats and socks, and they're pretty affordable there. All right. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. It's our Dead Celebrity game coming up. If you know your dead/live celebrities, you could probably win a prize. What do we have?
We have one of those Radio from Hell pint glasses, and we'll put that inside a Radio from Hell tote bag. How about?
All right.
How about?
877-602-9696. Line up to play Frank Christ Presents on the phone. And, we got some messages and a song here, and then we'll play the game right after these. KXRK Provo. We got Boner of the Day coming up.
You asked me, Gina, what I did over the weekend, and I said I was at a cabin, no running water. And you said, how did you handle that? Well,
What about if you got to go potty?
well, I'll tell you that part too, if you want. I mean, it's pretty simple. So this cabin in Logan Canyon belongs to my wife's cousin who lives in Maryland. She lives in a cabin in Maryland, and she has a cabin here.
All right.
And she loves it. She went to Utah State years ago. And so she just still loves it here. But she grew up in Maryland, and that's where she makes her home. And my wife's mother's sister is her mother. Anyway, and she's staying there with her mother because her mother now is Florine is her name. She's very, very old now. Still in great shape. We FaceTimed with her at the cabin.
You FaceTimed Florine?
Yeah, we FaceTimed with
Wait,
Florine.
you had internet at the it was on your phone.
There is Wi-Fi.
But there's Wi-Fi, but no running water.
Yeah. Well, the Wi-Fi doesn't freeze. So you have to shut the water off in the winter because it'll just all freeze up. But the way you do your business is there. I mean, there's a bathroom, which I've been there once in the summer, and it's a lovely bathroom. There's a beautiful shower in it, and everything, but you can't use that in the winter. So what you have to do is there are big jugs of water, and you have to fill up the tank about halfway. Now, if it's yellow, you just let it mellow for a while because you don't want to use all the water. But if it's brown, you fill up the tank and flush it down. So that's how you do it. And that's the only aspect of the whole thing that's roughing it, and it makes it a little inconvenient to do the dishes.
Brush your teeth.
You have to heat water on the stove. But there's an electric stove, and
It's like Little House on the Prairie.
not very much. No. But it's kind of it's really a nice little setting because, I mean, it's so close to the road, really, and yet when you go in there, it's like, you're in the wilderness.
Mhm.
You only know the road is there in the winter because the leaves are off the trees, and you can every once in a while see a car go by or something. But other than that, it's like you're in the wilderness. And it's just that she's just worked on it over the years that she's owned it, and it's just really, I mean, it's very nice inside. And then she's built there's an old garage, and she had a loft built over the garage in the attic of the garage, which is a separate sleeping area. So that's so people can go and sleep in there, and it's heated, and it's beautiful, just a beautiful space.
Did you see critters?
Let's see. No, but there were 2 dogs there and a cat. She travels across country. She drives when she comes out here, and she brings her 2 dogs and her cat, and they just sort of sleep in the back of the car. And she said they're no trouble. But the dogs are oh my God, they're spaniels, and they're really nice. They're not cocker spaniels, but they're some sort of spaniel.
English spaniel.
Yeah, and they're really nice dogs, but they're so needy. It's like they can't leave you alone for a second. Would you just get away from me? I don't want to stick their nose up and have you, please pet me, please. Come on, please. No, go. Finally, it gets to the point where you have to go. Go, go. And the cat is an interesting. So the dogs are Tristan and Trinity and Tristan from the Matrix. Is that right, Tristan? Is that the other one?
I don't know of a
Trinity. Who's somebody else in the Matrix? Not Neo.
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, it's
Mr. Anderson. Yeah.
That'd be a good name for a dog.
Yeah.
No, it's what's his name? The cat is Morpheus.
Okay.
So and the cat's interesting because he's really old and sleeps. Cats always sleep, but I mean this cat really sleeps, and like loud noises that doesn't faze it at all. And it's a lovely cat, and it really likes attention. But it's so skinny, and and when he every once in a while he sneezes and he sneezes blood.
He's gonna die on the trip back.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe.
Probably won't.
They're gonna be burying him in Iowa on the way back.
She says, I'm not quite sure. I'm just, I think about having him put down, but he doesn't. He's not in pain, and he seems to be. He eats and seems to be enjoying life well enough, but yeah, he's not long for the world. But he's kind of a cool cat, just really. Nothing phases him. And so, anyway, it was 2 days. So it was Janine is the cousin. And then 2 friends from Salt Lake are up there, too. My wife's cousin and her husband, who's the retired English professor who I do the literature classes with.
The book club?
It's a literature class, Gina. I'm sorry.
Book club.
Gina, right now we're studying T.S. Eliot, The Wasteland.
That's
really?
a book.
You think it's a... No,
That's
it's
a poem.
It's a poem, Gina. It's not a poem club. It's a literary discussion group is what it is, taught by a retired professor. But so they were there, and so Michael, the professor, he makes martinis. And he really makes martinis. And so, that's why I didn't get any rest. Martinis and
passing out isn't rest,
and long discussion. Well, no, because you don't wake up very refreshed, and there's usually lint in your mouth. So
from the cat.
Yeah. The cat. That's the first time I've had you routinely let your animals sleep with you.
Always, yes.
I did when I was growing up. We had cats, and the cats would always sleep, but I have not allowed it as an adult. But I woke up and there was Morpheus, curled up next to me. And it was kind of pleasant, actually.
What if I told you that my litter box was full?
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of sad. It's just this little light spray. It's just like I was looking at my phone. I went, "What are these little red dots on my phone?" Oh, geez, Morpheus.
This one from Emily. Things that must go. My guilt. Allow me to explain. The year was 2008. I was a fresh-faced Mormon teenage newlywed whose older sister had landed her a sweet second job at a local coffee house. The first busy weekend I worked, one of our employees rolled up hungover or possibly still drunk and was subsequently sent home to sleep it off. I was new and we were short-handed. Up rolls an SUV, at the window rolls down to reveal the incomparable Gina Barberi. I was awestruck.
So is another Gina Barberi?
She orders a drink. A latte, I believe, with an extra shot of espresso. Yes, that's my order.
Is that it?
I take her order and proceed to produce my best hurried hot beverage. I pulled 3 perfect shots of espresso. I take all the time the growing line will allow to froth and mix. Make sure the lid is nice and tight. Stop her in. Out to the drive-thru window I dash with a smile, and away she goes, a vision of local celebrity and grace. My older sister yells back from the front, "What are these shots for? Should I throw them out?" I forgot to put the coffee in her coffee. I waited all day. I waited all day for her return. I waited for a call to speak with the manager. I thought maybe next weekend she'll come back and I make her a drink on the house. But the call never came, and she never came. I'm now a grizzled 30-something ex-Mormon and mother of 2 with under-eye bags and an anxiety disorder. I now know how much that caffeine probably meant to you. I thought I ruined your day with a coffeeless coffee. It's haunted me for more than a decade. I am sorry, Gina. Please accept my apology. Allow me to make it up to you. Can I buy you a drink sometime? Maybe a pair of those fluffy socks you're so fond of. Thank you for letting me listen and for allowing me the pleasure of serving you an albeit inferior beverage all those years ago. Long-time listener, first-time complainer, Emily.
How many years?
10.
2008.
Oh, my God.
Did you come to work? I seem to remember you coming to work and
Yeah.
then going, I
And
have
going,
nothing
"Yeah,
but foam here.
There's no coffee in this coffee.
Here it is from 2000. I love that. I love this.
That's supposed to be funny.
Frank Chris.
You playing that song for? Is that supposed to be funny?
Frank.
Now our celebrity Grim Reaper, Frank Chris.
Yes.
Yesterday, I have a feeling, Frank, you knew before you left where you were headed and you didn't tell us.
Well,
I'm glad I didn't know.
honestly, I'm surprised I kept it together for you guys yesterday because I took her before I arrived.
Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac, the age of 79. Apparently fairly unexpected.
It happened very quickly.
Yeah.
And you got all the way to London and back in time for
He's
the
magic.
show?
Magical being.
I mean, come on, he can do it. And Frank, I don't...
Watch this, Gina. I just went to Bangladesh.
Just like that?
Just like that.
And back. I think I'm great because I can go to Denver. It's it's Frank. I just want to say I understand. I do not blame you for Christine McVie's death or any of them.
That's not my fault.
It's not your fault. Do you ever try and maybe breathe a little life back into them? No, I guess
I can't do that. No.
You don't have breath, do you?
No, if any part of me touches you, it's part of the curse. I can't perform mouth to mouth.
What you mean if you were to touch me right now?
Yes.
Don't get close, Bill. Stay in your lane.
I am. We have Frank here, our celebrity reaper. He reaps the souls of our precious, precious celebrities. To play a game that we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
And 3 of the people on this list of 4 are, in fact...
Well, they're fine. I've never met them.
Just fine. And one of them has gone, and it is the contestant's duty or job to suss out the living person. What is the prize, Gina?
Well, we have a combo prize. We have one of those Radio from Hell pint glasses, and we'll put it inside of a Radio from Hell tote bag.
And who's our contestant?
Zach is on the phone.
Hi, Zach. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
No, Zach. Zach, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just fine. Now, let me ask you again. How are you?
You know, I'm fine. I'm just fine.
There you go, Zach. I think, Gina, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Okay, just checking. All right, Zach, are you ready to play the game?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. These are 4 people, famous people, who were born on the 4th of July. All 4 of them. In different years. Okay. Number 1, Gina Lollobrigida. An Italian actress, beautiful woman, photojournalist, politician. She was one of the highest profile European actresses of the 1950s and early 60s. She was an international sex symbol, known as an active supporter of Italian and Italian-American causes, particularly the National Italian-American Foundation, from whom she received the Lifetime Achievement Award. Gina Lollobrigida also sold her jewelry collection and donated nearly $5 million from the sale to benefit stem cell therapy research. Boner candidate. Celebrity number 1, Gina Lollobrigida. Number 2, Eva Marie Saint. Saint made her feature film debut in On the Waterfront, starring Marlon Brando, directed by Elia Kazan, a performance for which she won, this is her very first movie, won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress. She has won an Academy Award, a Primetime Emmy Award, alongside many nominations for Golden Globes and 2 British Academy Film Awards. Number 2, Eva Marie Saint. Number 3, Neil Simon. He wrote more than 30 plays and nearly the same number of movie screenplays, mostly film adaptations of his plays. He has received more combined Oscar and Tony Award nominations than any other writer. In 1983, Simon became the only living playwright to have a New York City theater named after him. The Alvin Theater on Broadway was renamed the Neil Simon Theater in his honor. Number 3, Neil Simon. Number 4, John Waite was born on the 4th of July, an English musician, a solo artist. He has released 10 studio albums, best known for the 1984 hit single Missing You, reached number 1 on the Billboard charts. He is also the lead vocalist for the successful rock bands The Babies and the sort of successful Bad English. He did a duet with Alison Krauss of Missing You, which reached top 40 on the country charts. The number 4 person on the list, John Waite. So which one of them do you think is no longer with us, Zach?
Oh.
No. I know.
It's a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Done a lot of stuff.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's go with, what you said, Neil Simon?
I did say Neil Simon, and you, Zach, are correct. Wow. Neil Simon died in 2018 at the age of 91. But this, so you win, Zach, and congratulations. But listen to this. I thought this would be really hard because Gina Lollobrigida is still alive.
Oh, she's fine. She's just fine.
She's 95. And Eva Marie Saint, Frank, she's
still with us.
Yes, she's fine. She's 98 years old.
Wow.
And John Waite's only 70, so there you go. Well, congratulations, Zach. You get the prize, and I'm glad you're fine, just fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hang on the line, Katie. I'll get some information from you.
All right.
Well,
what are you hiding from us today, Frank?
Well, you didn't hear about Al Roker, did you?
Oh, no.
Is he having problems again?
Well, he's back in the hospital.
Oh.
He's not going to make the tree lighting ceremony.
Oh.
He wait all year for that.
Blood clots.
He's a nice man, too.
Nice enough. Has anyone seen John Densmore?
Oh, from The Doors?
78 years old.
He's still with us?
Mm.
Okay.
Bette Midler's fine. She's 77.
Well,
she'll be just fine.
She's a force of nature.
Treat Williams is 71.
Oh, my gosh.
I think Treat's okay.
He'll be fine.
All right. Well, Frank, it's a pleasure, really.
I'm going to go and hover outside of Al Roker's hotel hospital room. Sorry, you guys, I have to.
All right.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye. So long, Frank. Careful out there. Bye.
Al back in the hospital, apparently.
What? So what is
Blood
it?
clots.
Blood clots, yeah.
Jeez.
He was in the hospital about a month or so ago, and now back in.
He's not that old, is he?
I don't think so.
But he's had health issues.
Yeah. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got big boy news and a Pinuendo coming up. Stand by for that. Let's see. It's UtahAdvocates.com.
I bet they had a lot of phone calls day before yesterday.
Wow.
The advocates did, because there were numerous car crashes in the... Look, take it easy in the weather, in the snow, on the... It's going to happen tomorrow morning, too. Just take it easy. The advocates hope you don't get into an accident, believe it or not.
But they're there to help you if you are. And not just car accidents. There's people that aren't clearing their sidewalks, and they're icy, and slip and falls happen.
Mm-hmm.
And you could be entitled to some help with your hospital bill.
Check it out and see if you have a case. If you think you do, call the advocates, 801-355-5550. You can call that number 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You'll chat with an attorney, not a paralegal, not a gatekeeper or secretary, a real attorney. This doesn't cost you anything, and as a matter of fact, they don't charge you any money up front. They only take a little portion if they get you a settlement. So 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com.
Hi, I'm Todd Newton.
How did you woo, or how were you wooed by your current spouse? How did you know they were, quote, the one? Thank you for considering my question.
It was the neoprene bustier. That's how I knew.
You should tell people about them. Don't just say that.
That's how I knew she was the one. It was the it was the neoprene bustier she was wearing. I went, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there.
We were at a live studio audience up at the
Einstein's
Bagels in Olympus Cove.
Mm-hmm.
And she was there with her friends. I have to credit Artie Fufkin, actually.
Really?
Because I sat there, and Artie overheard me. I was like, yeah, I want to go and ask her out, but I just... And what was great is that she just didn't care. She was having none of it. She was tired. She was dragged there by her friends. She didn't care. And Artie said, well, you know what you do. You pass her a note.
Like in school.
In school. Yeah. That's immediately what I said. What, like in school? He goes, yeah, pass her a note. And I did pass her the note. This is I know this is weird, but if you wouldn't mind, get coffee later.
Check this box.
Yes or no? She still has the note.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of went from there.
I was single at the time, and Mary Claire, my mother, said, well, are you dating anybody? No, I'm not dating. Well, are you talking to anybody? And I said, well, I've kind of been emailing with this guy from college.
For a year.
And she said, Joe Jones? She totally plucked his name out of the air. And I said, how did you know? And she said, because he was the best looking guy you went to school with. So Mary Claire knew he was the one before we ever went out on a date. We went out on a date, and we were married 3 months later. It was, I guess you could say it was a year of wooing via email.
3 months. It took 3 months for his divorce to be final, right?
That's another story.
Big boy news and opinioendo now brought to you by
Smiles that light up the room, presents that are loved and cherished. That's a holiday gift from Lim Jewelers, local, personable, and custom in Midvale and limjewelers.com.
All right, thank you.
Police in the Bay Area, California, are asking anybody with information about a human foot found inside a Saucony running shoe at a beach in Richmond. They want, if you know anything about this, if you're missing a foot, get in touch with the police. Sergeant Aaron Pomeroy with the Richmond Police Department said the foot was found Saturday at Point San Pablo Beach, north of Richmond San Rafael Bridge. It's a right foot.
Oh, see, I'm missing a left foot.
Size 6 or 7, and it belonged to a woman or a small man, he said. We can't tell the race or gender based on what we have. We're estimating that it was in the water for at least a couple of months, probably longer. Police say the foot may have belonged to somebody who died by suicide, possibly jumping off the Golden Gate or Richmond San Rafael bridges, which apparently happens all too often. Wow. He said body parts, typically fingers and feet from people who have jumped from those bridges, wash up on the beach a couple of times a year.
Now, that's interesting to me because, like, I can see the foot is encased in the shoe. So it's sort of protected.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think fingers would wash up. You would think those would get, nibbled.
I don't know. Massachusetts Institute of Technology researchers are building swarms of tiny robots that have built-in intelligence, allowing them to build structures, vehicles, or even larger versions of themselves.
What could go wrong?
In other words, creating robots that can give birth to other robots.
What could go wrong?
The subunit of the robot, which is being developed by MIT Center for Bits and Atoms, is called a voxel and is capable of carrying power and data in a very small package. When we're building these structures, you have to build in intelligence, said Professor Neil Gernschfield in a statement. What emerged was the idea of structural electronics, of making voxels that transmit power and data as well as force. The voxels make up both the robot itself as well as the components of the thing being built, allowing them to work together on larger structures. It's interesting. If I could build a structure, or it could build another robot of the same size, or it could build a bigger robot.
I'm not okay with this.
I'm kind of liking this. Self-replicating robot swarms are in the future.
That's how you get the Borg.
Yeah. A Buddhist temple in central Thailand has been left without any monks after all of the holy men in the temple, all of the monks, tested positive for meth.
Now, why were they testing them in the first place?
Four monks, including an abbot at a temple in Thailand, have tested positive for meth. The monks have been sent to a health clinic to undergo rehabilitation. The temple is now empty of monks, and nearby villagers are concerned that they can't do any meth making. So that's, I don't know. This story's got some holes in it, doesn't it? I don't know why the monks were. Apparently, meth is very popular in Thailand.
Yeah.
It says here, and so I don't know. I guess that's why they got into it.
And the evidence that someone's using meth a lot are pretty obvious, and so they probably went in and tested all the monks, and
all of them.
No, it's not meth making, Bill. It's merit making. Merit making involves worshipers donating food to monks as a good deed. So the fact that there aren't monks there, you're not able to do your good
deed. I see.
Donate.
I misread that.
The monks weren't making meth.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they were. I don't know.
Maybe those were the offerings that the people were bringing them. That's probably what happened.
This is the sequel to Cocaine Bear, I think.
Yeah.
Meth monk?
Meth monk.
Okay.
Yeah.
A Turkish man who was out hunting over Thanksgiving weekend was killed after his own dog stepped on a gun, causing the gun to discharge. 32-year-old Ozgur Gorgoglu was loading equipment into his vehicle when his pooch somehow set off a loaded shotgun and killed him. What a terrible way to go.
Yeah.
Terrible. And Pete Davidson has apparently met his intellectual match with Emily Ratajkowski.
Oh, she was smarter than that.
He loves a challenge. That's what he says anyway. Apparently, she is very, very, very smart, in addition to being quite attractive. But their romance is new, but there's no doubt that Pete loves a challenge, and he certainly met his intellectual match
When
Emily.
When I read that headline that says he met his intellectual match, all kinds of scenarios flashed in front of my head. Like one of the Minions, perhaps.
Yeah.
You know?
The humble baguette. You know, the French loaf of bread.
I love a baguette.
It's being added to the United Nations list of intangible cultural heritage.
Yes.
As a cherished tradition to be preserved by humanity.
I support this.
UNESCO experts gathering in Morocco this week decided that the simple French baguette made of flour, water, salt, and yeast deserved United Nations recognition.
Well, think about all the good things that the baguette has done. You know, feeding people.
Yeah.
You know, letting you know on a TV show that a character went to the grocery store.
Right.
Because it's sticking out of the
bag. Yeah.
Bag, you know. Think of all the help.
And then finally, can you name, and you might have seen this already, who the most streamed artist in the world was, according to Spotify?
I don't want to give this person any knowledge.
You know, you already know?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Do you know, Carrie?
No, I would think it would be like a Taylor Swift or something.
She's number 2.
No.
Number 1, Bad Bunny.
Really?
Spotify.
Oh, I thought you were saying. Oh, I thought you were doing the Joe Rogan story. That's
Spotify's most streamed artist worldwide in 2020. You don't have anything against Bad Bunny?
No.
Okay.
No, because I saw that the most streamed podcast.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to mention that. I'm sorry.
No,
you did.
I'm sorry I did.
Yes.
Now, Bad Bunny is getting set to be a Marvel superhero.
Oh, that's right.
Not in the MCU proper, but the Sony Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
There is a character that he's going to be
A
playing.
bad guy?
Called El Muerto, who's a professional wrestler.
Okay.
With, you know, he's got the mask and everything, and he's going to be starring in that.
He's an interesting fellow. I read an interview with him, and he's got it together.
Yeah.
He kind of knows what he's doing, and he's not very old either. And then finally, this story, we'll do this one. A white-collar worker in France, you know where the baguette's from, has won an unusual court case related to his firing. The man, identified in court documents as Mr. T, says he was not fired for job performance. He was fired because he wasn't fun enough in the eyes of his employer. He'd worked as a senior advisor for the Paris consulting firm Cubic Partners, but was fired in 2015 for what the company called professional inadequacy. According to court documents, Mr. T refused to take part in social activities organized by the company because he said they were filled with booze and crude jokes and behavior.
What if I just don't want to go to those? I don't mind the booze. And
the case has been winding its way through the court systems for years, but the Court of Cassation in Paris has ruled that it is not right for companies to force workers to have fun and to participate in end-of-week drinks, frequently ending up in excessive alcohol intake, encouraged by associates who made very large quantities of alcohol available.
See, I'm with them in not making me do fun employment activities because I don't like doing those.
I've never liked company parties.
Well, our company has thrown parties, but there's never been booze at them.
Yeah.
There's the difference between the situation
right.
with Mr. T there.
That's right. I had to get sauced before I showed up.
That's right. You had to pregame, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. Let's see, 9:29 weather.
So I just saw this snow squall possible early tomorrow morning. What is a snow squall, you may ask?
What's a snow squall?
An intense burst of snow and winds, whiteout visibility conditions, rapidly deteriorating road conditions. That's going to happen overnight tomorrow night. But yeah, if you're heading down to the U game in Vegas, I'd leave today if you can. You shouldn't be driving tomorrow morning to try to get down there. 3 to 6 inches expected Friday morning. For central and northern Wasatch Front, Utah County, you'll see about 1 to 3 inches. Today's really warm, going to be like close to 50 for a high, actually, and quite windy as this storm blows in overnight.
All right, thank you. Back in 4 minutes.
There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with
Like
Jimmy
you.
the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's
Sun
not a
Prairie-
groundhog name. It's not.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog name.
Sure.
Why is Jimmy not a groundhog name?
Jimmy's
It's fine. If
Awfully
if
defensive
Princess,
about Jimmy.
good God, Gina, you derail the story.
Jimmy, that's not a ground.
Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor Jonathan Freund is and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed? It's called Gawker's Newsfeed. Yeah. Low-rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the easy annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
He
little
keeps going.
video.
The mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel-Journal reports. But it's a funny video. Watch the little video.
My question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine mayor
That's a terrible
name.
mayor name.
That's a fine mayor name.
No, that's a terrible name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So,
What?
Jimmy
Getting
is a
awfully
perfectly
defensive.
fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
Exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
Five right now.
In the studio with us now, the communications director,
Specialist.
Specialist.
He's a specialist.
For the road home, Alicia Glee. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're starting to really gear up to do the road home, the big broadcast and all of that. Let's talk about the situation as it stands now. What is the homeless situation compared to last year?
You know, I think right now we're seeing an uptick in the number of people experiencing homelessness. Mm-hmm. One of the hard things is, as we all know, COVID was really rough for a lot of people, you know, but it's interesting because I think that COVID has started impacting people in waves. So right now we're seeing that a lot of families are actually experiencing more homelessness because they maybe like some of that assistance that was given, it has now gone away. The eviction moratoriums are done, things like that. So we're seeing definitely an uptick, especially in families this year experiencing homelessness and needing a place.
And the kids involved and all of that. But,
yes.
Let's talk a bit. Greg just came into the studio from the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers. Nice to see you.
Well, thank you, and good morning.
Are you the president of the association?
I am currently, yes.
That's quite an honor.
Well, thank you.
Mr. President.
The Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers, we're just incredibly grateful that every year you guys have stepped up. And how many years have we been doing this now, the Road to the Road Home?
This will be our 10th year, so we're committed to doing this.
10 years. Yes, you are committed. And talk a little bit about just how all the other dealers feel about it.
Well, we're super happy to be involved in this. You know, we're more than just a group of automobile dealerships, and we want to do our part for the community, and this is just one of the things we can do.
Yeah, and each one of the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealerships, and we have a list of them at x96.com.
Mm-hmm. Right, you click right on the Please Help the Homeless Utahns banner, and on there's all the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealerships, because we heard from some people this morning saying, the Radio from Hell, you're not coming to Ogden this year. We're not, but the Ogden has a drop-off location.
Yeah, John Watson.
All the locations, they're all accepting donations.
We have 11 different stores that are involved in this. So.
And a truck at each one of them.
We have a truck on every show floor, and we always fill those, at least one or two of them. So.
Yeah. You know, every time we go to one of the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealerships, they treat us so nicely, and they're very nice when we get there, and then they just leave us alone.
We try to be nice guys.
Yeah, really nice, and then they just kind of leave us alone.
And when we talk about what are we filling up the trucks with, maybe Alicia can help with what some of the biggest needs are.
Oh, my goodness. We are so grateful, one, that Rocky Mountain does this for us. It helps so much to have all of these locations. So wherever you're at, you can, if you have gently used items or new items, we can use both. Some of our urgent needs right now, coats are huge. I think where it got so cold so fast, coats for everyone, every kids up to adults, especially single men. We need coats for blankets are big, for all the different places. And then also baby items. I think, we think about when you have a little baby, they have so many things that you need. Yeah. And we can use all of that. So like baby wipes, sippy cups, especially size 6 diapers, which sounds really large. But if you think about trying to potty train a toddler in shelter, that can be really difficult. So we really need those larger sizes of diapers, and pull-ups are always in huge demand. Yep.
I have a case of teething rings that I've never used.
Yes, please.
A case.
A case. I bought them a couple of years ago, and then I just fell out of the habit.
It stops him from smoking. I
love it.
And then, there are items that we don't think of, and Gina keeps mentioning, like
phone chargers.
Cell phone chargers.
Mm-hmm. And bike locks were on the list, too.
Yep, and headphones actually are really helpful for our singles, just to help, kind of cancel out noise more than anything else. Again, if you think about trying to sleep in a congregate space, it can get really loud.
Right.
So, items like that are always really great.
Greg, when the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, when it comes time to get all of that stuff to the road home, I've always pictured that you all get togetger and do a big convoy.
I'd like to think it's a parade, yeah.
Do you do that?
It's kind of like a convoy. It's a huge caravan, and the trucks are full, and we just take a ton of items down there.
And do you all kind of go at the same time and line up? And then
we all go together and unload all together.
When do you do that? prior to the event? Do you know?
Love to see that.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to see it.
We'll be taking donations at the stores until the 19th, and on the 20th, we'll take everything down.
Okay. Oh, we'll see you because we'll be there.
We'll
on the
be there.
20th.
Yes.
Or you take it to Midvale, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah.
And make sure you drop in to tell them the broadcast tent and come over and
Monday
talk
and
to us.
Tuesday is
Well,
when we'll be
absolutely.
there.
Okay.
But you
All
wanted
right.
us to leave you alone.
Yeah, but not that day. Not that day. It's fine.
That day's the free-for-all, yeah.
Yeah, everybody bugs us on that day. And then money, of course, right, Alicia?
Yep, we are always grateful for monetary donations that help ensure that all of our programs and services can continue. And we're excited. We have generous sponsors who match all of the donations. And so you can actually go online on our website right now at theroadhome.org and make your donations. And as you know, I know in past years, we're having that friendly competition to see which station can raise the most money. So you can choose your favorite station.
Look at her saying friendly. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
We have one request. If you could get the IT guys to take off so there's a list of all the stations involved, and then it says at the bottom, "Oh, I like all of them." No, you don't.
You have to pick.
You got to pick. So get the IT guys to take that one off.
I will work on that for you, my friend. Definitely.
You can do that at theroadhome.org or x96.com. And
There's links there.
Yeah, remember the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, all of them. Just look at our website and you'll see where they are, the one closest to you. And how many are there, Greg?
There's 11.
11. So there's got to be one near you.
And we'll be at Jerry Seiner Chevrolet next Wednesday. Will be our next on-location event where you can bring donations and see us.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, you guys. Greg, what's your last name, Greg?
Johnson.
Greg Johnson. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you again, Alicia.
Good to see you.
See you on the 19th.
Yes, sounds good. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, you guys. All right, we'll talk to you in a bit. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Stand by Wendy's for breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only. We're talking about, of course, Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks. They are so good. I'm saying it. It says here on the copy, some are saying. I'll take the blame for this one. These are better than your mom's French toast, okay? Mom could never quite get that whole thing figured out. First of all, Wendy's has got it figured out. It's in a stick form, so immediately that makes it easier to cook. They are perfectly crispy on the outside and perfectly fluffy on the inside, where my mom's were just perfectly soggy on all sides. Love you, Mom, but Wendy's French toast sticks. The bar has been raised for breakfast. It's been replaced by a stick, a French toast stick. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks today. You can order via the app. That makes it pretty easy. Or better yet, just hit the drive-thru on your way to work or court or the site or wherever it is that you're going. Wendy's.
Hi, I'm Todd.
It's Best Question of the Week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Veil.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's so my dog, Sadie girl, who lived forever and ever and ever. And I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as. And dogs are, and I'm sure cats for people that have them are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm. We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was, I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we'd put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Aww.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh,
That's mine.
Cuz on this day?
Well, yesterday. We missed it yesterday because we were on location. But William Michael Albert Broad was born, better known as Billy Idol.
Beat Gina statistics.
Okay.
I've been made the official record keeper, statistician for some reason, of the Beat Gina game. And so I've been taking that job seriously.
That's because Johnny Ola lives in your basement, right?
Yeah. So I've been keeping records since August. So I have wins and losses for August, September, and October.
Do people know what Beat Gina is? It happens earlier in the show.
Yeah, it's a little game that Gina plays with one of the listeners, a contest trivia game, and then that's how we give away a prize. It's just a trivia game. It occurs at about 8:15 or so. And here are the statistics. Now, the very first month that I started keeping statistics, August of this year, you really knocked it out of the park. You won 13 times.
I was hot in the city.
And lost only twice.
Wow.
But September,
not so good.
Slump. 9 wins, 6 losses.
It's still more wins.
October, 9 wins, 9 losses. So even. And November, the month we just, you're stepping your game back up.
Oh, good.
11 wins, 9 losses.
So
Okay.
I haven't lost a month.
No. Now, you want to know, I also keep a record of when you win the toss or...
The coin toss.
The coin toss.
Because really, that's...
I started keeping those in September. So in September, when you were 9 and 6, you won the toss 10 times. Right? In October, when you were 9 and 9, I reading that? Yeah, 9 and 9. You won the toss 11 times. So you didn't turn over.
I should have won more of that.
You were just playing 500 ball at that point. You should have won more.
Okay.
Because you won the toss 11 times, you should have won more games. And then in November, you had a lot of. This is interesting. You had a really good month. 11 wins.
Yeah.
9 losses.
Yeah.
But the toss, you won the toss only 8 times, lost it 12 times. And yet you still had a
This
really
is my
good
most
record.
impressive showing.
Wow.
In a way, yeah, that's true. November was so there you go. There's your statistics. There's the numbers.
There's how things shook
Mr.
out.
Mr. Meeksakes.
Your statistics. And I have such fun keeping.
I'm glad you have fun with that.
I don't really,
No?
but no. But I have a spreadsheet here, so that makes it easy. You imagine that? A spreadsheet.
I can't.
Well, I have one.
I don't have a spreadsheet for anything.
Do you even know what a spreadsheet is?
Sort of.
That's not good enough.
No.
Is it like Is it like one of those fitted sheets?
I don't know.
No,
Those are annoying.
It's a Excel, Microsoft Excel, Word, spreadsheet.
Wow.
Like everything that they do, Word and Excel, there are entirely too many choices to make. It's bewildering. 95% of all that stuff, like if you open a Word document and you look up at the top there, and it says, you can do conditional formatting. You can format as a table. Oh no, that's the as spreadsheets. But
now there's someone who's asking you to do a little homework, and if you say no to this, I understand.
Okay,
but I would be fascinated.
What is it?
What is the probability of Gina winning the game if she wins the coin toss? People would like to know that statistic.
I don't know how to figure that.
I bet we have a friend of the program that can figure that out.
Well, I mean, now wait a minute.
So we'd have to, day by day, you'd have to write down, Gina won the coin toss,
I did.
And she won.
I did.
And she won the game.
I have that. Let's see what the correlation, if I can quickly spy what the correlation might be. Because I do it day by day. Let's see. Let's go to September. Okay, September. August. No, that's better. Let's go to August. You won the. So no, I didn't start keeping that statistic until October. Here we go. So you won the toss, won the game. Won the toss, won the game. You almost always win the game when you win the toss.
See, it would be more impressive to me if I won more often when I didn't win the toss. Okay. I had to fight for it more. That would be more impressive to me.
All right. Well, there we go. Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Okay, well, I'll have to find that now. Let's see.
Always having to find things.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, I start. Friday's Radio from Hell show, full of mystery.
What delicious beverage will we enjoy with Jimmy the Wine Guy?
Which movie will be the best choice for your weekend viewing? Sean Means will be here to tell us.
And more importantly, what time am I leaving for my procedure?
These mysteries and more will be solved on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Can you fix that in post, Katie?
Sorry for the extra word.
Please fix that in post.
Yeah.
Did I write that weirdly?
I'm not used to double dipping like that.
Sorry.
It's okay. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm a vintner.
Marcy is next.